Hello, hello. What's up? I'm Jeff. Normally on this thing, sorry, I'm trying to get this out of your way so you can see my beautiful mug. All right, let me shift over. Normally on these things, I read from Shattered Worlds Day 1, which is my first novel, and I thought I'd do something wild this time, which is read Sinclair Lewis's It Can't Happen Here. It's one of my favorites. It's prescient in all periods. Talks about authoritarianism. It was very specific in its time, like a good rap song or a good protest song. It's full of specifics about the period. So a lot of it may be odd to you or have a lot of anachronisms, political affiliations, and ideas that aren't that relevant to our modern context, but that was kind of the point, right? Sinclair Lewis was mostly a reporter and a polemicist, and this was his attempt to put that into practice in a novel. So it's a little more allegorical than his other work. It was his idea of like, what would it look like if it happened now? And he kind of nailed it. He's not the world's greatest writer of prose. You know, he's got a pretty I don't know, at times silly style, but it fits also. Again, remember what was comedy like in the 30s? What was I don't know. It tells us a lot about Sinclair Lewis, his worldview, and his milieu at the time, and so I really want to read it. There's an audio drama version by the Berkeley Repertory Theater. I highly recommend it. It's great sound. The actors are all fantastic. So maybe I'll link to that in the show notes. But I kind of feel like podcasting is better for this book, so you can really get into the I don't know, the nitty gritty. You know, having a bunch of different actors makes you think about what do they look like and how do they relate to then, and it's like they all sound so modern, and once again the 30s was not that modern, so or in a different way, whatever. So anyway, try to think of modern analogs to this. I think of the League of Forgotten Men as, you know, the alt-right, and also just the vast number of disaffected middle class or former middle class people who are wiped out by the housing crisis and who, you know, slowly found themselves nudging in the direction of a fascist. And so keep that in mind. The idea of a fiscal conservative being the savior of this possible fascist situation, sort of a Nixon goes to China character of Doremus. That seems kind of weird, but if the fascist came from the Democratic Party, you know, which it does in this book, it would make sense that a Republican would be the alternative. In our time, I don't know what that would be, like a Bernie Sanders. I don't think it's going to be Biden. And also the context is different, right? In this one, the Democratic National, it would be more like if Trump was a disaffected member of the Republican Party and was running against a very popular Republican, like if George W. Bush had been popular. I guess Reagan. It's imagine if Bush or Trump were decent, you know, but or even good at their jobs. and then a Democrat coming along who's like, fuck everything, destroy, you know. So the context is a little bit different, right? We're in the middle of a Trump situation. But if you think about the threat of fascism looming, even though the surface differences are quite large. The thrust of it really tells us how the American people might get snowed. So I really do wonder about those disaffected people who voted for Trump first. If any of you are out there, reach out to me and tell me what you think about the possibility of Trump canceling the election or defying the results of it and becoming a fascist dictator. Like, how's that feel? Anyway, during the reading, because I at times I'll want to get up and get coffee or whatever, and also to help cut the podcast, I'll hold up these signs. One is reading. It's backwards on my thing. Why is it backwards? I wonder if I can fix that. Anyway, maybe it does it automatically. I don't know. Oh, well, I guess you can't change the settings in the thing. Well, this will be fun. You'll see the backwards of reading and commentary if I decide to comment on the text. If there's a particular, I don't know, vibe, a particular parallel to today's thing, or if I just really love the way Sinclair Lewis phrased something, I'll hold this up and then I'll start bullshitting. So right now, think of this as commentary, and I'm gonna run and get something to drink. I'll be right back. Also, the reason I'm doing this way is because I want to do this all in one big slug. I think that's a fun way to spend a day off. So I've got my coffee, I got my water, I've got like a Pepsi from Dairy Queen in the fridge. It's probably all watered down for some reason. That's a last resort. I've got some weed, which I'm gonna hit now, and then I'll get started. All right. Setting out my coasters. A lot of cold, wet things around here. Oh, I should share this. Maybe one or two of you would enjoy watching this. I'm reading this on YouTube. Come and check it out. It's about a fascist takeover of our country. It's fun. That's Facebook. If you find that on Facebook, feel free to share it. This will be going on for a while, so jump in the chat and let's let's get it going. I'm also going to replay this on Everything is Awesome, just as one big chunk. Not gonna edit it even. Probably, maybe I'll take out some big pauses. But yeah, this is not a statement one way or the other whether I want you to vote for Biden or Hawkins or not vote or anything like that. Of course, it's up to you. It's you're conscious, and this is about big numbers in the states where the electoral college is in place. So do what you like. I'm going to vote for Hawkins in Washington State. It's a safe space. It's what we call a blue state. So I feel no shame. I've been a leftist since I was 18, radicalized by gun violence, and that one of many issues that has had very little improvement over the years. It's much worse than it's ever been. So that's my situation. Yours can be whatever you want. The point of this is to say, however bad it gets, we need to be engaged and keep it from getting worse. So let me load my bomb. Let me load it. Oh, shit. Let me share to Twitter. Why not? Do. I'm reading this. You should check it out. All right, so let me close those and get right into it. I'm going to make myself real small. Okay, I think I'm ready. This is Jeff Richardson reading It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis, published 1935. Chapter 1. The handsome dining room of the Hotel Wessex, with its gilded plaster shields and the mural depicting the Green Mountains, had been reserved for the ladies' night dinner of the Fort Beulah Rotary Club. Here in Vermont, the affair was not so picturesque as it might have been on the western prairies. Oh, it had its points. There was a skit in which Metairie Cole, grist mill and feed store, and Louis Rotenstern, custom tailoring, pressing and cleaning, announced that they were those historic Vermonters, Brigham Young and Joseph Smith, and with their jokes about imaginary plural wives, they got in ever so many funny digs at the ladies present. Joseph Smith and Brigham Young right up top here? That's wild. Those fucking... Sorry to my Mormon friends. Those are some scandalous motherfuckers. So it's odd that he put in a joke about him right up here. Back to the reading. That's upside down. But the occasion was essentially serious. All of America was serious now, after the 7 years of depression since 1929. It was just long enough after the Great War of 1914 to 18 for the young people who had born. It was just long enough after the Great War of 1914 through 18 for the young people who had been born in 1917 to be ready to go to college, or to another war, almost any old war that might be handy. Okay. This is back when they called everything a war, right? So Vietnam started the whole fuzziness of language, like common, called it a conflict, and everything since has been like a skirmish or whatever, when really it's been an invasion by the United States, usually on behalf of some rich interest in that country. So, anywho, it's interesting that people would grow up thinking war would solve their problems, but a lot of people believe that's what happened with World War II. So, I don't know. The features of this night among the Rotarians were nothing funny, at least not obviously funny, for they were the patriotic addresses of Brigadier General Herbert Y. Edgeways, USA, retired, who dealt angrily with the topic, quote unquote, peace through defense, millions for arms, but not 1 cent for tribute, and of Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich, Upton Sinclair, sorry, this happens all the time. It's like Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden. Anyway, except both these guys are decent. Anyway, Sinclair Lewis is bad at names. And of Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich, hyphen, she was who no more renowned for her, she who was no more she who was no more renowned for her gallant anti-suffrage campaigning way back in 1919 than she was for having, during the Great War, kept the American soldiers entirely out of French cafes by the clever trick of sending them 10,000 sets of dominoes. Okay, right there, we have no idea the context, right? The modern context for this. All I know about World War I is there was a flu, it was hard, and my grandpa was in it, who I think he was on the front lines and had to dig graves and stuff. For some reason, I believe that he ran from a bombing and broke his ankle. I don't know if any of that's true. The myth making of families, whatever. So, and also the weird brains of children. But the reason I mention this is because she kept Americans out of French cafes, and my question is why, right? And I think we'll learn that it has to do with not wanting their minds to be corrupted by Parisian values or whatever, like freedom and liberty. But in like gross social ways, right? Basically don't want the Americans to turn gay or something like that. Or hook up with French ladies and not come back and get nice American girls. So think on that. I don't know the answer. Nor could any social-minded patriot sneeze at her recent, somewhat unappreciated effort to maintain the purity of the American home by barring from the motion picture industry all persons, actors, or directors, or cameramen who had A, ever been divorced, B, been born in any foreign country, except Great Britain, since Mrs. Gimmich thought very highly of Queen Mary, or C, declined to take an oath to revere the flag, the Constitution, the Bible, and all other peculiarly American institutions. Again, in the modern context of Trump, this is laughable. Like the idea that anyone would be taken seriously for plugging all this shit, for trying to be basically trying to be a Tipper Gore, and keep the obscenity out of our music. Like our president is an obscenity. So it's kind of hard to get into this mindset, but understand Sinclair Lewis is basically reading Mrs. Gimmich as being totally inconsistent, having no clear philosophy, basically just wanting to be a busybody and make everyone unhappy. The annual ladies' dinner was a most respectable gathering, the flower of Fort Beulah. Most of the ladies and more than half of the gentlemen wore evening clothes, and it was rumored that before the feast the inner circle had had cocktails, privily served in room 289 of the hotel. The tables, arranged on three sides of a hollow square, were bright with candles, cut glass dishes of candy and slightly tough almonds, figurines of Mickey Mouse, brass rotary wheels, and small silk American flags stuck in gilded hard-boiled eggs. On the wall was a banner lettered, quote, service before self, unquote, and the menu, the celery, cream of tomato soup, broiled haddock, chicken croquettes, peas, and tutti frutti ice cream, was up to the highest standards of the Hotel Wessex. I'm pretty sure this is just Sinclair Lewis busting on Vermont and like bumpkin values, but maybe also anybody's ever been to a political banquet, that menu sounds pretty similar to anything we've had. There's this whole thing in labor politics. I don't know if it's everywhere, but it's basically you get shitty chicken at any one of these things. So chicken croquettes, I guess, is the vibe. They were all listening, agape. General Edgeways was completing his manly yet mystical rhapsody on nationalism. Quote, "For these United States, alone among the great powers, have no desire for foreign conquest. Our highest ambition is to be darned well let alone. Our only genuine relationship to Europe is in our arduous task of having to try and educate the crass and ignorant masses that Europe has wished onto us up to something like a semblance of American culture and good manners. But as I explained to you, we must be prepared to defend our shores against all the alien gangs of international racketeers that call themselves, quote, governments, and that which such feverish envy are always eyeing our inexhaustible mines, our towering forests, our titanic and luxurious cities, our fair and far-flung fields. For the first time in all history, a great nation must go on arming itself more and more, not for conquest, not for jealousy, not for war, but for peace. Pray God it may never be necessary, but if foreign nations don't sharply heed our warning, there will, as when the proverbial dragon's teeth were sowed, spring up an armed and fearless warrior upon every square foot of these United States, so arduously cultivated and defended by our pioneer fathers, whose sword-girded images we must be, or we shall perish." The applause was cyclonic. Cyclonic? Whatever. Quote, Professor Emil Staubmeier, the superintendent of schools, popped up to scream, "3 cheers for the general! Hip, hip, hooray!" All the audience made their faces to shine upon the general and Mr. Staubmeier, all save a couple of crank pacifist women, and one Doremus Jessup, editor of the Fort Beulah Daily Inform... Jesus. I ate a donut earlier. All save a couple of crank pacifist women and one Doremus Jessup, editor of the Fort Beulah Daily Informer, locally considered a, quote, pretty smart fella, but kind of a cynic, unquote, who whispered to his friend, the Reverend Mr. Falk, "Our pioneer fathers did rather of a skimpy job in arduously cultivating some of the square feet in Arizona." I have no words for that goof. That must have been a slayer in 30s Vermont. I don't know. I guess it means that the general is bad crop. I don't know. Thanks for sticking with me. Once again, I'll be airing this whole thing on the Everything is Awesome feed. And if you ever want to share your writing or suggest that I do a particular work or whatever, send an email to everythingisawesomepodcast@gmail.com and tweet me at EIA podcast or at El Jefe Tacoma. I just got a little chat thing. Let me check this out. It's from Kel Drake on the YouTube thing. Kel Drake Sargent. So they said that was awesome. I'm not sure what, the reading or me smoking weed? I don't know. Let me know. Back to the show. The culminating glory of the dinner was the address of Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich, known throughout the county as, quote, the Unkies girl, unquote, because during the Great War she had advocated calling our boys in the AEF, quote, the Unkies, unquote. She hadn't merely given them dominoes. Indeed, her first notion had been far more imaginative. She wanted to send to every soldier at the front a canary in a cage. Think what it would have meant to them in the way of companionship and inducing memories of home and mother. A dear little canary, and who knows, maybe you could train him to hunt cooties. What the fuck, Sinclair? That's bizarre. He's just dragging this woman hardcore in the text. Talk about an unreliable narrator. His sentences are a little too long for me, I feel like. The words are a little hard to go from one syllable to the next at times. So I might sound stupid while I read this. Oh, Kel likes the reading. Thank you. Sorry, I'll be doing that from time to time. Okay, so train him to hunt cooties. What do you think? Would birds help the war? I don't know. It's fun. Seething with the notion, she got herself clear into the office of the quartermaster general, but that stuffy, machine-minded official refused her. Or, really, refused the poor lads, so lonely there in the mud, muttering in a cowardly way some foolishness about lack of transport for canaries. It is said that her eyes flashed real fire, and that she faced the jack in office like Joan of Arc with eyeglasses, while she, quote, gave him a piece of her mind that he never forgot, unquote. In those good days, women really had a chance. They were encouraged to send their menfolks, or anybody else's menfolks, off to war. Oh shit. Talk about your chicken hawks. I mean, it was always easy to, and it probably still is easy to send out a woman or someone else who can't be sent to war to rally for the troops and all that stuff. All these retired generals, and then even worse, people like Clinton and Trump pushing wars who got out of Vietnam. So, yeah. That's probably a sin that will always be with us as long as there's war. Let's see. My own dear boy. Mrs. Gimmich addressed every soldier she met, and she saw to it that she met any of them who ventured within 2 blocks of her. We know that kind of motherfucker. Anyway. as, quote, my own dear boy, unquote. It is fabled that she thus saluted a colonel of Marines who had come up from the ranks and who answered, quote, we own dear boys are certainly getting a lot of mothers these days. Personally, I'd rather have a few more mistresses, unquote. And the fable continues that she did not stop her remarks on the occasion, except to cough for 1 hour and 17 minutes by the colonel's wristwatch. Okay, I got my first genuine laugh. Shit. You guys ever not tilt the glass down properly and the water like shoots you in the eye? Oh, Kel says there are so many quotes, and I'm not sure how to handle that because it's true. There are so many quotes in this book. I think it's because Sinclair Lewis is a reporter, and the main character is an editor and like presumably a reporter himself. He's on a reporter mission, right? So I think that's why there's so many quotes. But it's also a sense of the meta back and forth nature of this book. Obviously, like the unreliable narrator, and I haven't figured out yet if he's showing us the mindset of each person he's highlighting in their brain space in their paragraphs, or if it's all him goofing. But I should go on. Let's see. But her social services were not all confined to prehistoric eras. It was as recently as 1935 that she had taken up purifying the films, and before that she had first advocated and then fought prohibition. That's interesting. She had also, since the vote had been forced on her, been a Republican committee woman in 1932 and sent to President Hoover daily a lengthy telegram of advice. And though herself unfortunately childless, she was esteemed as a lecturer and writer about child culture. And she was the author of a volume of nursery lyrics, including the immortal couplet, all of the roundies are resting in rows, with roundy roundies around their toes. Oh my. So I guess she's a bad poet. Oh boy. But always, 1917 or 1936, she was a raging member of the Daughters of the American Revolution. The DAR, reflected the cynic Doremus Jessup that evening, is a somewhat confusing organization, as confusing as theosophy, relativity, or the Hindu vanishing boy trick, all three of which it resembles. What the fuck? For those who don't know, theosophy was a confusing religious order that kind of swept up all the weird shit. You might know about Edgar Cayce, spiritualism. It was all mixed up in there. It was, and a branch of it, the Tool Society, actually helped Hitler become president or whatever. So that's an interesting reference. Relativity, I don't know, science, it's hard to understand. Quantum mechanics, or no, that's not even quantum mechanics, that's before that. And the Hindu vanishing boy trick, a little casual racism. I think about the rope up into disappearance, which I think is a goof to explain their cognitive dissonance, not making sense religion. Turning like weird weather vanes, which is basically describes the Republican Party of now. It is composed of females, yikes, who spend one half their waking hours boasting of being descended from the seditious American colonists of 1776, and the other and more ardent half in attacking all contemporaries who believe in precisely the principles for which those ancestors struggled. The DAR, reflected Doremus, has become as sacrosanct, as beyond criticism, as even the Catholic Church or the Salvation Army. And there is this to be said: it has provided hearty and innocent laughter for the judicious, since it has contrived to be just as ridiculous as the unhappily defunct Ku Klux Klan, without any need of wearing, like the KKK, high dunces caps and public nightshirts. Oh shit! That is a fun paragraph. It's true though, right? Like the dinner, the religious dinner they have, and the president goes to. It's like the right-wing religion bullshit roundtable. Makes no sense that it exists. Makes no sense that anybody gives it any credence, and yet it's still out there, still doing its thing. And the unhappily defunct Ku Klux Klan just morphs like a serpent into everything, right? And then, of course, they came back probably shortly after this was written. So that's fun. All right. So, whether Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich was called on to inspire military morale or to persuade Lithuanian choral societies to begin their program with, quote, Columbia, the gem of the ocean, unquote, always she was a DAR, and you could tell it as you listened to her with the Fort Beulah Rotarians on this happy May evening. He's about to describe a woman, so wish us luck. She was short, plump, and pert of nose. Her luxuriant gray hair, she was 60 now, just the age of the sarcastic editor Doremus Jessup, could be seen below her youthful, floppy leghorn hat. She wore a silk print dress with an enormous string of crystal beads, and pinned above her ripe bosom was an orchid among lilies of the valley. She was full of friendliness toward all the men present. She wriggled at them, she cuddled at them, as in a voice full of flute sounds and chocolate sauce, she poured out her oration on how you boys can help us girls. Why is this girls thing still happening in 2020? Can we just all decide as a society that people become women at age 18? Like, I don't know. I was resistant to it as well as a young man, but I don't know. Maybe it's just something you come to as an adult that you like are tired of the fuzzy distinctions. Anyway, back to it. Women, she pointed out, had done nothing with the vote. If the United States had only listened to her back in 1919, she could have saved them all this trouble. No, certainly not. No votes. In fact, woman must resume her place in the home and, quote, as that great author and scientist, Mr. Arthur Brisbane, has pointed out, what every woman ought to do is to have 6 children, unquote. At this second, there was a shocking, an appalling interruption. One Lorinda Pike, widow of a notorious Unitarian preacher, was the manager of a country super boarding house that called itself, quote, the Beulah Valley Tavern. She was a deceptively Madonna-like, youngish woman, with calm eyes, smooth chestnut hair parted in the middle, and a soft voice, often colored with laughter. But on a public platform, her voice became brassy, her eyes filled with embarrassing fury. She was the village scold, the village crank, She was constantly poking into things that were none of her business, and at town meetings she criticized every substantial interest in the whole county: the electric company's rates, the salaries of the school teachers, the ministerial association's high-minded censorship of books for the public library. Now, at this moment, when everything should have been all service and sunshine, Mrs. Lorinda Pike cracked the spell by jeering, "3 cheers for Brisbane! But what if a poor gal can't hook a man? Have her 6 kids out of wedlock?" Then the good old warhorse Gimmich, veteran of 100 campaigns against subversive Reds, trained to ridicule out of existence the cant of socialist hecklers and turn the laugh against them, swung into gallant action. "My dear good woman, if a gal, as you call it, has any real charm and womanliness, she won't have to hook a man. She'll find 'em lined up 10 deep on her doorstep." Laughter and applause. The Lady Hoodlum had merely stirred Mrs. Gimmich into noble passion. She did not cuddle at them now. She tore into it. "I tell you, my friends, the trouble with this whole country is that so many are selfish. Here's 120 million people, with 95% of them only thinking of self, instead of turning to and helping the responsible businessmen to bring back prosperity. All these corrupt and self-seeking labor unions, money grubbers, thinking only of how much wages they can extort out of their unfortunate employer with all the responsibilities he has to bear." Oh, fuck. As a unionman myself, that's fucked up. But it's clearly Sinclair Lewis fucking with us, right? Like, Republicans being selfish, like, you know, yeah, it's, or complaining about selfishness, right? Republicans now and Democrats back then. I'm sure this lady was a Democrat, because those things kind of flipped in several interesting ways. She's talking about magnanimity, right? But the labor unions were designed to do exactly what she said: fight back against the employer and take enough, not for themselves, but for the workers, who are the vital building block of that institution, and not just these money grubbing rich guys at the top. So that's a fun twist. "What this country needs is discipline. Peace is a great dream, but maybe sometimes it's only a pipe dream. I'm not so sure. Now, this will shock you, but I want you to listen to one woman who will tell you the unadulterated hard truth instead of a lot of sentimental taffy, and I'm not sure but that we need to be in a real war again in order to learn discipline. We don't want all this highbrow intellectuality, all this book learning. That's good enough in its way, but it isn't it. That's good enough in its way, but isn't it, after all, just a nice toy for grown-ups? No, what we all of us must have, if this great land is going to go on maintaining its high position among the Congress of Nations, is discipline, willpower, character." She turned prettily then towards General Edgeways and laughed. "You've been telling us about how to secure peace. But come on now, General. Just among us Rotarians and Rotarians, fess up. With your great experience, don't you, honest, cross your heart, think that perhaps, just maybe, When a country has gone money mad, like all our labor unions and workmen, with their propaganda to hoist income taxes so that the thrifty and industrious have to pay for the shiftless ne'er-do-wells, then maybe, to save their lazy souls and get some iron into them, a war might be a good thing? Come on now. Tell your real middle name, Mong General. What the fuck? Mong General? That is so strange. I need to Google it. Hold on just 1 second. Uh, 1935. What does Mong mean? Mong. Okay, here we go. We're about to learn some shit. I hope you guys are ready. Hmong resettlement in the Chicago area. Now that is the Hmong people from Vietnam. That is not that's not really relevant unless it goes all the way back to their history. And maybe I wish I could just no, that's too hard. I wonder. Well, I'll have to do some research. I'll come back to you. Maybe I'll stick it in here in the podcast, maybe. Hmong General. Or maybe it gets explained later. Probably not. Dramatically, she sat down, and the sound of clapping filled the room like a cloud of downy feathers. The crowd bellowed, "Come on, General! Stand up!" And, "She's called your bluff! What you got?" Or just a tolerant, "Attaboy, Jen!" The general was short and globular, and his red face was smooth as a baby's bottom and adorned with white gold-framed spectacles. But he had the military snort and a virile chuckle. "Well, sir," he guffawed on his feet, shaking a chummy forefinger at Mrs. Gimmich, "since you folks are bound and determined to drag the secrets out of a poor soldier, I better confess that while I do abhor war, yet there are worse things. Ah, my friends, far worse. A state of so-called peace, in which labor organizations are riddled, as by plague germs, with insane notions out of anarchistic Red Russia. A state in which college professors, newspapermen, and notorious authors are secretly promulgating these same seditious attacks on the grand old Constitution. A state in which, as a result of being fed with these mental drugs, the people are flabby, cowardly, grasping, and lacking in the fierce pride of the warrior. No, such a state is far worse than war at its most monstrous. I guess maybe some of the things I said in my former speech were kind of a little bit obvious, and what we used to call old hat when my brigade was quartered in England, about the United States only wanting peace and freedom from all foreign entanglements. No, what I'd really like us to do would be to come out and tell the whole world, now you boys never mind about the moral side of this. We have power, and power is its own excuse. I don't altogether admire everything Germany and Italy have done, but you've got to hand it to them. They've been honest enough and realistic enough to say to the other nations, just tend to your own business, will you? We've got strength and will. And for whomever has those divine qualities, it's not only a right, it's a duty to use them. Nobody in God's world ever loved a weakling, including that weakling himself. I'm going to go get some coffee, but when I return, I'm going to get into this because this kind of cognitive dissonance bullshit that I mentioned earlier about chicken hawks and such, this needs some talking. Now you boys never mind about the moral side of this. We have power, and power is its own excuse. All right, so I think what's happening here is Sinclair Lewis is starting to hone his argument, right? Which is that these motherfuckers don't make sense, right? Power is its own reward, or in this case, its own excuse. Germany and Hitler. Now, this, of course, is well known before mass graves are known and such, but they're shooting people in the head for no good reason. They're imprisoning political prisoners. They're doing some stuff that is out in the open, and that's screwy, and we shouldn't be celebrating at all. But at the time, America was being polarized between folks who thought fascism was cool and those who thought communism was cool. And everybody in the middle were like, I don't know which to choose. You know, I kind of think about it like Trump being like an open rapist. I mean, like, yikes, you know, like sexual assaulter at the very least. And there was all that bullshit about locker room talk. And these Christians are like, or just decent, normal people are trying to decide, like, should I go with that? You know, I'm pro-life or whatever, or I'm, you know, whatever the conservative values are. I just want more money because my factory closed, whatever. And they buy into this bullshit that's just might makes right? Just power. Just give me more power. So... I don't altogether admire everything Germany and Italy have done. Let's see, including that. Nobody in God's world ever loved a weakling, including that weakling himself. And I've got good news for you. This gospel of clean and aggressive strength is spreading everywhere in this country among the finest type of youth. Why today in 1936, there's less than 7% of collegiate institutions that do not have military training units under discipline as rigorous as the Nazis. And where once it was forced upon them by the authorities, now it is the strong young men and women who themselves demand the right to be trained in warlike virtues and skill. For mark you, the girls with their instruction in nursing and the manufacture of gas masks and the like are becoming every whit as zealous as their brothers. And all the really thinking types of professors are right with them. Right-wing professors? Fuck y'all, okay? What is a right-wing professor? Crazy. Out of their minds. Like, when you know what's really going on and you still choose to be right wing, like, I mean, I guess it's a function of the kind of person that looks at, quote, the ivory tower and says, I want to be nothing like that. And it's like, well, then you're just a crank, you know? Like, there was a guy at my alma mater, the Evergreen State College. Yeah, the matters. Whatever. I can't even remember his name, the fucking fascist, but he was going off Fox and stuff, saying all his right-wing bullshit, and the citizens, the students of that college were not fucking having it, and it caused this whole rigmarole. It still hasn't worked its way out completely. Fuck right-wing professors. Why, here, as recently as 3 years ago, a sickeningly big percentage of students were blatant pacifists, wanting to knife their own native land in the dark. But now, when the shameless fools and the advocates of communism try to hold pacifist meetings, why, my friends, in the past 5 months, since January 1st, no less than 76 such exhibitionist orgies have been raided by their fellow students, and no less than 59 disloyal Red students have received their just desserts by being beaten up so severely that never again will they raise in this free country the blood-stained banner of anarchism. That, my friends, is news. Holy shit. This is huge, right? The communists were making inroads. The IWW, the Industrial Workers of the World, who advocated organizing the entire workplace instead of just parts of it, they have been raided constantly. I mean, the American Legion was like a union busting club, basically. They killed so many unionists. And in any fascist takeover, that shit's going to happen. Students are going to be killed. Activists are going to be killed. Look into Black Lives Matter's deaths, and it's pretty shocking. It's pretty gross. And the guys that tried to run over protesters with their cars, one guy in Seattle, a brother of a cop, by the way, tried to do it. And then they were like beating on his car, like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? And he came out holding a gun. And it was only by the grace of God that they were able to like scare him enough to get him to not shoot anybody and go away. Shit is real, and it sucks. And it happened in Cambodia. The Khmer Rouge, or Khmer Rouge, however you pronounce that. And yeah, I mean, Germany, Italy, you name it. Like students, because students are getting wise, they're getting smart, and they often lead movements or perform the mass organizing. They're the root of our future leaders, you know. That's where they come from. So, of course, these assholes are going to trash students. As the general sat down amid ecstasies of applause, the village troublemaker, Mrs. Lorinda Pike, leaped up and again interrupted the love feast. Look here, Mr. Edgeways, if you think you can get away with this sadistic nonsense without... She got no farther. Francis Tasbro, the quarry owner, the most substantial industrialist in Fort Beulah, stood grandly up, quieted Lorinda with an outstretched arm, and rumbled in his Jerusalem the Golden basso. A moment, please, my dear lady. All of us here locally have got used to your political principles. But as chairman, it is my unfortunate duty to remind you that General Edgeways and Mrs. Gimmich have been invited by the club to address us, whereas you, if you will excuse my saying so, are not even related to any Rotarian, but merely here as the guest of the Reverend Falk, than whom there is no one whom we more honor. So, if you will be so good, I thank you, madam. This shit is also real. I have been in Democratic legislative body meetings where a good leftist says up and says something factual, honest, sympathetic. I mean, she called it sadistic nonsense, which is exactly what it is. I have been to meetings shouted down by an important personage. In my case, the first time was Lindquist, our prosecutor in Pierce County. Real piece of shit. Do not recommend talking to this clown. But anyway, he's terrible. Anyway, that's real, and it sucks because, especially, did you notice he called out the person who invited her? So basically saying, we're going to shame Reverend Falk for even inviting you unless you shut up. And these sorts of groups have a lot of sway in local politics and in just community building, especially back then when, there was no social media, no home television, everybody was out of the house a lot. And so the Reverend Falk getting kicked out of the Rotary would be like a huge deal. So anyway, Lorinda Pike had slumped into her chair with her fuse still burning. Mr. Francis Tasbro, it rhymed with low, did not slump. He sat like the Archbishop of Canterbury on the archiepiscopal throne. And Doremus Jessup popped up to soothe them all, being an intimate of Lorinda, and having, since milkiest boyhood, chummed with and detested Francis Tasbro. This Doremus Jessup, publisher of the Daily Informer, for all that he was a competent businessman and a writer of editorials not without wit and good New England earthiness, was yet considered the prime eccentric of Fort Beulah. He was on the school board, the library board, and he introduced people like Oswald Garrison Villard, Norman Thomas, and Admiral Byrd when they came to town lecturing. That is wild. Admiral Byrd, like he's a historical celebrity. Like, that's kind of cool. Also, this is a blatant insert. Like, this is just, if you want to know anything about Sinclair Lewis, this guy's probably how we'll learn that. Jessup was a littleish man, skinny, smiling, well-tanned, with a small gray mustache, a small and well-trimmed gray beard, in a community where to sport a beard was to confess oneself a farmer, a Civil War veteran, or a Seventh-day Adventist. Doremus's detractors said that he maintained the beard just to be highbrow and different, to try to appear, quote, artistic. Possibly they were right. Anyway, he skipped up now and murmured, well, all the birdies in their nest agree. My friend, Mrs. Pike, ought to know that freedom of speech becomes mere license when it goes so far as to criticize the army, differ with the DAR, and advocate the rights of the mob. So, Lorinda, I think you ought to apologize to the general, to whom we should be grateful for explaining to us what the ruling classes of the country really want. Come on now, my friend. Jump up and make your excuses. I don't know how much sarcasm to put into that because, damn, that was pretty good. He was looking down on Lorinda with sternness, yet Metairie Cole, president of Rotary, wondered if Doremus wasn't, quote, kidding them. I wonder if I should just stop doing the quotes in the case of a single word. Anyway, he had been known to. Yes, no, he must be wrong, for Mrs. Lorinda Pike was, without rising, caroling, oh, yes, I do apologize, General. Thank you for your revelatory speech. The General raised his plump hand, with a Masonic ring as well as a West Point ring on the sausage-shaped fingers. He bowed like Galahad or a head waiter. He shouted with parade ground maleness, not at all, not at all, madam. We old campaigners never mind a healthy scrap. Glad when anybody's enough interested in our fool ideas to go and get sore at us. And everybody laughed and sweetness reigned. The program wound up with Louis Rotenstern singing of a group of patriotic ditties, marching through Georgia and tenting on the old campground, and Dixie, and Old Black Joe, and I'm only a poor cowboy and I know I done wrong. Louis Rotenstern was by all of Fort Beulah classed as a, quote, good fellow, a caste just below that of, quote, real old-fashioned gentleman. Doremus Jessup liked to go fishing with him, and partridge hunting, and he considered that no Fifth Avenue tailor could do anything tastier in the way of a seersucker outfit. But Louis was no jingo. But Louis was a jingo. He explained, and rather often, that it was not he nor his father who had been born in the ghetto in Prussian Poland, but his grandfather, whose name Doremus suspected had been something less stylish and Nordic than Rotenstern. Louis's pocket heroes were Calvin Coolidge, Leonard Wood, Dwight L. Moody, and Admiral Dewey. And Dewey was a born Vermonter, rejoiced Lewis, who himself had been born in Flatbush, Long Island. He was not only 100% American, he exacted 40% of chauvinistic interest on top of the principle. He was on every occasion heard to say, quote, we ought to keep all these foreigners out of the country. And what I mean, the kikes, just as much as the wops and hunkies and chinks, unquote. Louis was altogether convinced that if the ignorant politicians would keep their dirty hands off banking and the stock exchange and hours of labor for salesmen in department stores, then everyone in the country would profit as beneficiaries of increased business, and all of them, including the retail clerks, be rich as Aga Khan. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on. There's some racial slurs in here I'm not familiar with. Or at least one. There's Louis's convoluted philosophy. Aga Khan, I guess he's a rich guy. Anyway. So Louis put into his melodies not only his burning voice of a beatgosh cantor, but all his nationalistic fervor, so that everyone joined in the choruses, particularly Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich, with her celebrated train caller's contralto. The dinner broke up in cataract-like sounds of happy adieu, and Doremus Jessup muttered to his good wife Emma, a solid, kindly, worried soul, who liked knitting, solitaire, and the novels of Kathleen Norris. Was I terrible, butting in that way? Oh no, Dormouse, you did just right. I am fond of Lorinda Pike, but why does she have to show off and parade all her silly socialist ideas? You old Tory, said Doremus. Don't you want to invite the Siamese elephant, the Gimmich, to drop in and have a drink? I do not, said Emma Jessup. And in the end, as the Rotarians shuffled and dealt themselves in their innumerable motor cars, it was Frank Tasbro who invited the choicer males, including Doremus, home for an after-party. Sorry, I got to check in and see that my recording is still going. There it is. That was a long chapter, and plus with all my break-ins. Yeah. All right. Once again, if you just joined us, it's Everything is Awesome podcast at gmail.com for the email, and Twitter at EIA podcast. Come hang out, chat. In fact, I'm going to go see if anyone has responded to my first book post. Yeah. Let's go. Let's check it out. Messenger. Nope. Do, 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 do. Corey Backus and Phil Granner, who are from my neck of the woods. They both liked it, but nobody's commented on it yet. I'm going to check. Send it out here. Twitter. Oh, Cormelon. Hey, you're awesome. All right, I'm still going. All right. Let's see. Let's get back into it. So that's chapter 1. I don't think I've ever been to a meeting like this where a hardcore fascist visited. But I have been at meetings where it went down like this, where I'm the angriest leftist that desired to speak. I was once at a big old rally. I think Jay Inslee might have been there when he was a Congress guy and not a state governor. And it was to raise money for somebody running against Reichert in King County. Dave Reichert, who supposedly helped catch or caught the Green River Killer. They barely caught him. I think his wife turned him in, but after like 100 people died. But anyway, he was a shitty congressman. This lady was running against him. And I asked about free trade because she was a free trader. And I'm like, how's this going to help ordinary working class people? And she gave me the fucking bullshit song and dance. And she raised her money, and nobody even bothered addressing my question after that, on stage or in person. And that was probably the most establishment thing I've been to since. And that was 12 or 13 years ago. So if anything I'm saying today is not relevant to modern people, that's probably why, because I left partisan politics almost completely because it was so bullshit. As a leftist, like, the Democratic Party is a fucking joke, and I hate them, and which is why I'm not telling everyone to vote for Biden. Like, do what you like, but he brought shame upon the family. I thought when they picked him, they were picking a vice president who was more liberal than Barack as like assassination insurance. I don't think that's true anymore. I think he was just the same old corporate bullshit they picked because if one gets killed, you get more of the same. Or has an illness, dies naturally. But I don't know. I'm not in those hallowed halls where they pick a vice president. None of us are. And it's why we have Kamala Harris to look forward to as our president whenever Biden dies a week into office, if Trump even lets us. All right. Getting back to it. Chapter 2. As he took his wife home and drove up Pleasant Hill to Tasbros, Doremus Jessup meditated upon the epidemic patriotism of General Edgeways. But he broke it off to let himself be absorbed in the hills, as it had been his habit for the 53 years out of his 60 years of life that he had spent in Fort Beulah, Vermont. Legally a city, Fort Beulah was a comfortable village of old red brick, old granite workshops, and houses of white clapboards or gray shingles, with a few smug little modern bungalows. Damn it. Yellow or seal brown. There was but little manufacturing, a small woolen mill, a sash and door factory, a pump works. The granite which was its chief produce came from quarries 4 miles away, In Fort Beulah itself were only the offices, all the money, the meager shacks of most of the quarry workers. It was a town of perhaps 10,000 souls, inhabiting about 20,000 bodies. The, pro- the proportion of soul possession may be too high. Okay, what the fuck, Sinclair? He basically just said like half of the voters have no soul. That's there was but one comparative skyscraper in town, the six-story Tasbro building, with the offices of the Tasbro and Scarlet Granite Quarries, the offices of Doremus's son-in-law, Fowler Greenhill, M.D., and his partner, old Dr. Olmsted, of lawyer Mungo Kitterick, of Harry Kinderman, agent for maple syrup and dairying supplies, and of 30 or 40 other village samurai. Interesting. So, for people who don't know, samurai is actually not a sword wielding warrior. Samurai meant it's a social class, right? It's the upper middle class, basically, who were the only people who were allowed to have the twin swords, and they're the executives of Japanese corporations. So that's interesting that an American would use it in the proper context. That's interesting to no one but me, maybe. Back to it. It was a downy town, a drowsy town, a town of security and tradition, which still believed in Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Memorial Day, and to which May Day was not an occasion for labor parades, but for distributing small baskets of flowers. It was a May night, late in May of 1936, with a three-quarter moon. Doremus's house was a mile from the business center of Fort Beulah on Pleasant Hill, which was a spur thrust like a reaching hand out from the dark, rearing mass of Mount Terror. Oh, shit. Upland meadows, moon glistening, he could see, among the wildernesses of spruce and maple and poplar on the ridges far above him. And below, as his car climbed, was Ethan Creek flowing through the meadows. Deep woods, rearing mountain bulwarks, the air like spring water, serene clapboarded houses that remembered the War of 1812 and the boyhoods of those errant Vermonters, Stephen A. Douglas, the, quote, little giant, and Hiram Powers and Thaddeus Stevens and Brigham Young and President Chester Alan Arthur. No, Powers and Arthur, they were weak sisters, pondered Doremus. But Douglas and Thad Stevens and Brigham, the old stallion, I wonder if we're breeding up any paladins like those stout, grouchy old devils. If we're producing them anywhere in New England, anywhere in America, anywhere in the world, they had guts, independence, did what they wanted to and thought what they liked, and everybody could go to hell. The youngsters today, oh, the aviators have plenty of nerve. The physicists, these 25-year-old PhDs that violate the inviolable atom, they're pioneers. But most of the wishy-washy young people today, going 70 miles an hour but not going anywhere, not enough imagination to want to go anywhere, getting their music by turning a dial, getting their phrases from the comic strips instead of from Shakespeare and the Bible and Veblen and old Bill Sumner. Pap-fed flabs like this smug pup Malcolm Tasbro hanging around Sissy. Ah! Wouldn't it be hell if that stuffed shirt, edgeways, and that political Mae West gimmick were right? And we need all these military monkey shines and maybe a fool war to conquer some sticky hot country we don't want on a bet, to put some starch and git into these marionettes we call our children? Ah, but rats, these hills, castle walls, and this air, they can keep their Cotswolds and Harz Mountains and Rockies. D. Jessup, topographical patriot. And I am a Dormouse. Would you mind driving on the right-hand side of the road? On curves, anyway? Said his wife peaceably. Okay, I just love this. Oh, fuck. He's just clowning on millennials, right? And the funny thing is, these millennials that he's kind of goofing on, who maybe are susceptible to the idea that war would solve our problems, um, or that it would discipline them, like Gimmich said. It's interesting because that's who's in play now, right? Millennials or the oldest Zers. I don't know what we're calling you guys, but those are going to be our warriors. Those are going to be our greatest generation, right? If something pops off here. And also notice that he mentions a sticky hot country, right? I mean, the Pacific, the war in the Pacific, the war in North Africa, the war in Turkey, like World War II had a huge component of sticky hot countries that we went to war in. Hopefully we don't have a World War III, whether fascist or whatever. I mean, it is literally possible that World War III would take place with hand weapons here in the continental United States, if foreign powers had to save us from ourselves. So, yikes. Anyway, enough fear. Let's move on. An upland hollow and mist beneath. Oh, and just the goof of his wife, like, quit thinking and more driving. An upland hollow and mist beneath the moon, a veil of mist over apple blossoms and the heavy bloom of an ancient lilac bush beside the ruin of a farmhouse burned these 60 years and more. So we heard about Malcolm Tasbro. I think that might be the guy that spoke up at the meeting's son. Mr. Francis Tasbro was the president, general manager, and chief owner of the Tasbro and Scarlet granite quarries at West Beulah, 4 miles from, quote, the fort. He was rich, persuasive, and he had constant labor troubles. He lived in a new Georgian brick house on Pleasant Hill, a little beyond Doremus Jessup's, and in that house he maintained a private barroom luxurious as that of a motor company's advertising manager at Grosse Pointe. That is a reference for back when the Big Three were a big deal. Grosse Pointe is the richest part of Detroit, or like where the people lived, like either right outside of Detroit or in, doesn't matter. It was no more the traditional New England than was the Catholic part of Boston, and Frank himself boasted that, though his family had for 6 generations lived in New England, he was no tight Yankee, but in his efficiency, his salesmanship, the complete Pan-American business executive. He was a tall man, Tasbro, with a yellow mustache and a monotonously emphatic voice. He was 54, 6 years younger than Doremus Jessup, and when he had been 4, Doremus had protected him from the results of his singularly unpopular habit of hitting the other small boys over the head with things. All kinds of things. Sticks and toy wagons and lunch boxes and dry cow flops. Assembled in his private barroom tonight, after the Rotarian dinner, were Frank himself, Doremus Jessup, Medary Cole, the miller, superintendent of schools Emil Staubmeyer, R.C. Crowley, Roscoe Conkling Crowley, the wealthiest banker in Fort Beulah, and rather surprisingly, Tasbro's pastor, the Episcopal minister, the Reverend Mr. Falk, his old hands as delicate as porcelain, his wilderness of hair silk soft and white, his unfleshly face betokening the good life. Mr. Falk came from a solid Knickerbocker family, and he had studied in Edinburgh and Oxford, along with the General Theological Seminary of New York. And in all of the Beulah Valley there was, aside from Doremus, no one who more contentedly hid away in the shelter of the hills. The barroom had been professionally interior decorated by a young New York gentleman with the habit of standing with the back of his right hand against his hip. It had a stainless steel bar, framed illustrations from La Vie Parisienne, silvered metal tables, and chromium-plated aluminum chairs with scarlet leather cushions. I love this place, and I want to live there. All of them except Tasbro, Metairie Cole, that might be Mederi, I don't care, a social climber to whom the favors of Frank Tasbro were as honey and fresh ripened figs, and Professor Emil Stabmeyer were uncomfortable in this parrot cage elegance. But none of them, including Mr. Falk, seemed to dislike Frank's soda and excellent scotch, or the sardine sandwiches. And I wonder if Thad Stevens would have liked this either, considered Doremus. He'd have snarled. Old cornered catamount, but probably not at the whiskey. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck. Again, Sinclair Lewis, not the best writer. Long ass sentence at the end of which I'm more confused. Apparently there's a guy named Thad Stevens. I can't even remember if he's there or not. I don't think so. Thad Stevens. Oh, he was mentioned earlier. He's like some famous Vermonter. Okay. He'd have snarled at the decor, but not at the whiskey. Maybe he was like a legendary drunk. I'll have to Google it. In fact, since nobody's chatting, I will do that right now. That's Steven. Keyboard on a Airbook is so shitty. Let's see. So yeah, he's way back Vermont. Real unhandsome gentleman. Member of the United States House of Representatives from Pennsylvania, and one of the leaders of the radical Republican faction of the Republican Party during the 1860s. A fierce opponent of slavery and discrimination. Okay, so he was like a humorless Republican, born in rural Vermont in poverty and with a club foot, which left him with a permanent limp. Sorry about that, Thad. That's a bummer. So yeah, he must have been a famously humorless gent.
Doremus, demanded Tasbro, why don't you take a tumble to yourself? A tumble to yourself. All these years you've had a lot of fun criticizing, always being against the government, kidding everybody, posing as such a liberal that you'll stand for all these subversive elements. Time for you to quit playing tag with crazy ideas and come in and join the family. These are serious times. Maybe 28 million on relief and beginning to get ugly, thinking they've got a vested right now to be supported. And the Jew communists and Jew financiers plotting together to control the country. I can understand how, as a younger fellow, you could pump up a little sympathy for the unions and even for the Jews, though, as you know, I'll never get over being sore at you for taking the side of the strikers when those thugs were trying to ruin my whole business. Burn down my polishing and cutting shops. Why, you were even friendly with that alien murderer Carl Pascal, who started the whole strike. Maybe I didn't enjoy firing him when it was all over. But anyway, these labor racketeers are getting together now with communist leaders and determined to run the country, to tell men like me how to run our business. And just like General Edgeways said, they'll refuse to serve their country if we should happen to get dragged into some war. Yes, sir, a mighty serious hour, and it's time for you to cut the cackle and join the really responsible citizens.
Okay, so I have a friend just like this. I recently basically cut contact because I got tired of it. This sense that you shouldn't talk about privilege and you shouldn't stand and you shouldn't stand with the left, and you should get serious and be a good liberal or conservative or whatever the fucking policy is. It's all nonsense. And I don't want to call this person out by name, but I just want to say I love you. Your ideas are bullshit, and I'm not playing around. This is me. This is who I am. This is who I've always been. I'm a radical leftist. Fuck off. This one. Said Doremus, yes, I agree. It's a serious time. With all the discontent there is in the country to wash him into office, Senator Windrip has got an excellent chance to be elected president next November. And if he is, probably his gang of buzzards will get us into some war, just to grease their insane vanity and show the world that we're the huskiest nation going. And then I, the liberal, and you, the plutocrat, the bogus Tory, will be let out and shot at 3 a.m. Serious? Rats! You're exaggerating, said R.C. Crowley. Doremus went on. If Bishop Prang, our Savonarola in a Cadillac 16, swings his radio audience and his League of Forgotten Men to Buzz Windrip, Buzz will win. People will think they're electing him to create more economic security. Then watch the terror. God knows there's been enough indication that we can have tyranny in America. The fix of the Southern sharecroppers, the working conditions of the miners and garment makers, and our keeping Mooney in prison so many years. Mooney must have been a prominent leftist that's in prison for some bullshit. But wait till Windrip shows us how to say it with machine guns. Democracy, here and in Britain and France, it hasn't been so universal as sniveling slavery as Nazism in Germany. Such an imagination-hating, Pharisaic materialism as Russia, even if it has produced industrialists like you, Frank, and bankers like you, R.C., and given you altogether too much power and money. On the whole, with scandalous exceptions, democracy's given the ordinary worker more dignity than he ever had. That may be menaced now by Windrip, all the Windrips. All right, maybe we'll have to fight paternal dictatorship with a little sound patricide. Fight machine guns with machine guns. Wait till Buzz takes charge of us. A real fascist dictatorship. Nonsense! Nonsense! Snorted Tazbro. That couldn't happen in America. Not possibly. We're a country of free men. The answer to that, suggested Doremus Jessup, if Mr. Falk will forgive me, is the hell it can't. Why, there's no country in the world that can get more hysterical. Yes, or more obsequious than America. Look how Huey Long became absolute monarch over Louisiana, and how the Right Honorable Mr. Senator Berzelius Windrip owns his state. Listen to Bishop Prang and Father Coughlin on the radio, divine oracles to millions. Remember how casually most Americans have accepted Tammany grafting and Chicago gangs and the crookedness of so many of President Harding's appointees. Could Hitler's bunch or Windrip's be worse? Remember the Ku Klux Klan? Remember our war hysteria when we called sauerkraut liberty cabbage and somebody actually proposed calling German measles liberty measles? And wartime censorship of honest papers? Bad as Russia. Remember our kissing the feet of Billy Sunday, the $1 million evangelist, and of A. May McPherson, who swam from the Pacific Ocean clear into the Arizona desert and got away with it? Remember Voliva and Mother Eddie? Remember our Red Scares and our Catholic scares when all well-informed people knew that the OGPU were hiding out in Oskaloosa and the Republicans campaigning against Al Smith told the Carolina Mountaineers that if Al won, the Pope would illegitimize their children? Remember Tom Heflin and Tom Dixon? Remember when the Hick legislators in certain states, in obedience to William Jennings Bryan, who learned his biology from his pious old grandma, set up shop as scientific experts and made the whole world laugh itself sick by forbidding the teaching of evolution? Remember the Kentucky Night Riders? Remember how trainloads of people have gone to enjoy lynchings? Not happen here? Prohibition, shooting down people just because they might be transporting liquor? No, that couldn't happen in America. Why, where in all history has there ever been a people so ripe for a dictatorship as ours? We're ready to start on a children's crusade, only of adults, right now. And the Right Reverend Abbots Windrip and Prang are all ready to lead it. Well, what if they are? Protested R.C. Crowley. It might not be so bad. I don't like all these irresponsible attacks on us bankers all the time. Of course, Senator Windrip has to pretend publicly to bawl the banks out, but once he gets into power, he'll give the banks their proper influence in the administration and take our expert financial advice. Yes, why are you so afraid of the word fascism, Doremus? Just a word. It might not be so bad with all the lazy bums we got panhandling relief nowadays and living on my income tax and yours. Not so worse to have a real strong man like Hitler or Mussolini, like Napoleon or Bismarck in the good old days, and have him really run the country and make it efficient and prosperous again. In other words, have a doctor who won't take any back chat, but really boss the patient and make him get well whether he likes it or not. Republican Party. That is what they think right now. And it's fucking dangerous. Maybe it's time for a Bismarck or a Napoleon. Maybe read a book. All right. Reading a book. Yes, said Emil Staubmeier. Didn't Hitler save Germany from the Red Plague of Marxism? I got cousins there. I know. Said Doremus, as often Doremus did say it. Cure the evils of democracy by the evils of fascism. Funny therapeutics. I've heard of their curing syphilis by giving the patient malaria, but I've never heard of their curing malaria by giving the patient syphilis.
Think that's nice language to use in the present of the Reverend Falk?
Raged Tasbro. Mr. Falk piped up. I think it's quite nice language, and an interesting suggestion, Brother Jessup.
Besides, said Tasbro, this chewing the rag is all nonsense anyway. As Crowley says, might be a good thing to have a strong man in the saddle. But it just can't happen here in America.
And it seemed to Doremus that the softly moving lips of the Reverend Mr. Falk were framing, the hell it can't. And we come to the thesis. He put it in the mouth of the industrialist, the privileged, the person who expects everything to continue more or less the same as it's always been, who votes for fiscal conservatives because that's just what you do. And it's not good. Those guys elected Hitler, Mussolini, probably supported Napoleon, although they didn't really vote for leaders back then. Napoleon did a fun thing where he would create a fucked up law and put it to the people and have the people vote like as a block and probably rig the election. But anywho, I'm going to smoke weed and then I'll get back to it. Let's check in on the socials. See what's going on over there. Beep, 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 beep. Nothing yet. All right. Chapter 3. Doremus Jessup, editor and proprietor of the Daily Informer, the Bible of the conservative Vermont farmers up and down the Beulah Valley, was born in Fort Beulah in 1876, only son of an impecunious Universalist pastor, the Reverend Loren Jessup. His mother was no less than a Bass of Massachusetts. The Reverend Loren, a bookish man and fond of flowers, merry but not noticeably witty, used to chant, Alas, alas, that a Bass of Mass should marry a minister prone to gas. And he would insist that she was all wrong ichthyologically. Fuck you, Sinclair Lewis. And he would insist that she was all wrong ichthyologically. She should have been a cod, not a bass. There was in the parsonage little meat, but plenty of books, not all theological by any means, so that before he was 12, Doremus knew the profane writings of Scott, Dickens, Thackeray, Jane Austen, Tennyson, Byron, Keats, Shelley, Tolstoy, Balzac. He graduated from Isaiah College, once a bold Unitarian venture, but by 1894 an interdenominational outfit with nebulous Trinitarian yearnings, a small and rustic stable of learning in North Beulah, 13 miles from the fort. Is the fort Fort Beulah? Probably. Yeah, that makes sense. But Isaiah College has come up in the world today, excepting educationally, for in 1931 it held the Dartmouth football team down to 64-6. Classic rural bullshit. When you suck, you have to do that held them down stuff. That's fun. For our international readers, that's a thing in America. Our colleges are held up by their sports teams. And now because of COVID, like tons of colleges are probably going to go under or limit their membership or whatever because, no football. They might end up doing it anyway in most colleges, but they shouldn't. During college, Doremus wrote a good deal of bad poetry and became an incurable book addict, but he was a fair track athlete. Naturally, he corresponded for papers in Boston and Springfield, and after graduation, he was a reporter in Rutland and Worcester, with one glorious year in Boston, whose grimy beauty and shards of the past were to him what London would be to a young Yorkshireman. He was excited by concerts, art galleries, and bookshops. Thrice a week he had a 25-cent seat in the upper balcony of some theater, and for 2 months he roomed with a fellow reporter who had actually had a short story in the Century, and who could talk about authors and technique like the very Dickens. But Doremus was not particularly beefy or enduring, and the noise, the traffic, the bustle of assignments exhausted him. And in 1901, 3 years after his graduation from college, when his widowed father died and left him $2,980 and his library, Doremus went home to Fort Beulah and bought a quarter interest in the Informer, then a weekly. By 1936, it was a daily, and he owned all of it, with a perceptible mortgage. He was an equable and sympathetic boss, an imaginative news detective. He was, even in this iron-bound Republican state, independent in politics, and in his editorials against graft and injustice, though they were not fanatically chronic, he could slash like a dog whip. I swear to God, this is just Sinclair Lewis sucking his own cock. Anyway. He was a third cousin of Calvin Coolidge, who had considered him sound domestically but loose politically. Doremus considered himself just the opposite. Just the opposite. So he's what? Loose domestically but sound politically? I don't know what that means. He speaks freely. He's open-minded, but he doesn't like change. I don't know. He had married his wife, Emma, out of Fort Beulah. She was the daughter of a wagon manufacturer, a placid, prettyish, broad-shouldered girl with whom he had gone to high school. Now, in 1936, of their 3 children, Philip, Dartmouth and Harvard Law School, was married and ambitiously practicing law in Worcester. Mary was the wife of Fowler Greenhill, M.D., of Fort Beulah, a gay and hustling medico, a choleric and red-headed young man who was a wonder worker in typhoid, acute appendicitis, obstetrics, compound... Did I say wonder worker? Or did it say wonder? Wonder worker in typhoid, acute appendicitis, obstetrics, compound fractures, and diets for anemic children. Fowler and Mary had one son, Doremus's only grandchild, the bonny David, who at 8 was a timid, inventive, affectionate child with such morning hound dog eyes and such red gold hair that his picture might well have been hung at a National Academy show, or even been reproduced on the cover of a women's magazine with 2.5 million circulation. The Green Hills neighbors inevitably said of the boy, quote, my Davy's got such an imagination, hasn't he? I guess he'll be a writer, just like his grandpa, unquote. Third of Doremus's children was the gay, the pert, the dancing Cecilia, known as Sissy, aged 18, where her brother Philip was 32 and Mary, Mrs. Greenhill, turned 30. She rejoiced the heart of Doremus by consenting to stay home while she was finishing high school, though she talked vigorously of going off to study architecture and, quote, simply make millions, my dear, by planning and erecting miraculous small homes. Oh my God, it's a tiny homes lady. That's fun. Upper middle class lady with a wild idea for a project at 18. Mrs. Jessup was lavishly and quite erroneously certain that her Philip was the spit and image of the Prince of Wales. Philip's wife, Marilla, the fair daughter of Worcester, Massachusetts, curiously like the Princess Marina, that Mary would by any stranger be taken for Catherine Hepburn, that Sissy was a dryad, and David a medieval page, and that Doremus, though she knew him better than she did those changelings her children, amazingly resembled that naval hero Winfield Scott Schley as he looked in 1898. I'm pretty sure this is that kind of dumb thing grown men do where they're like, I'm not pretty and I got a pretty wife. But anyway, I'm going to look up this guy and see if my supposition is correct. Winfield Scott Schley. A rear admiral in the United States. Yup. Not a looker. She was a loyal woman, Emma Jessup, warmly generous, a cordon bleu at making lemon meringue pie, a parochial Tory, an orthodox Episcopalian, and completely innocent of any humor. Doremus was perpetually tickled by her kind solemnity, and it was to be chalked down to him as a singular act of grace that he refrained from pretending that he had become a working communist and was thinking of leaving for Moscow immediately. Doremus looked depressed, looked old, when he lifted himself as from an invalid's chair out of the Chrysler in his hideous garage of cement and galvanized iron. But it was a proud two-car garage. Besides the 4-year-old Chrysler, they had a new Ford convertible coupe, which Doremus hoped to drive someday when Sissy wasn't using it. Oh my God. How many middle-class dudes like let their wife have the cool car? Such a bummer. I'm sorry if that's retrograde. That's just a thing that I remember noticing as a young man. He cursed competently as, on the cement walk from the garage to the kitchen, he barked his shins on the lawnmower, left there by his hired man, one Oscar Ledoux, known always as Shad, a large and red-faced, a sulky and surly Irish Canuck peasant. Shad always did things like leaving lawnmowers about to snap at the shins of decent people. He was entirely incompetent and vicious. He never edged up the flower beds. He kept his stinking old cap on his head when he brought in logs for the fireplace. He did not scythe the dandelions in the meadow till they had gone to seed. He delighted in failing to tell cook that the peas were now ripe. And he was given to shooting cats, stray dogs, chipmunks, and honey-voiced blackbirds. Okay, this guy's a fuck up. How do you shoot a blackbird? At least twice a day, Doremus resolved to fire him, but perhaps he was telling himself the truth when he insisted that it was amusing to try to civilize this prize bull. Doremus trotted into the kitchen, deciding that he did not want some cold chicken and a glass of milk from the icebox, nor even a wedge of the celebrated coconut layer cake made by their cook general, Mrs. Candy, and mounted to his study on the attic floor. Quote, study? I'm not sure why. But I now want coconut layer cake. His house was an ample, white, clapboarded structure of the vintage of 1880, a square bulk with a mansard roof, and in front, a long porch with insignificant square white pillars. Doremus declared that the house was ugly, quote, but ugly in a nice way. His study up there, well, now it's not in quotes, so. What are you doing with all these quotes, bruh? Just scratching my head. Unfortunately, I wanted to use the cool mic, but I'm using the laptop mic, so I hope this doesn't sound like absolute trash. Maybe I should... Nah, fuck it. It's too late. I'm like, how long into this thing? 2 hours? Holy shit. I'm on chapter 3. His study up there was his one perfect refuge from annoyances and bustle. It was the only room in the house that Mrs. Candy, quiet, grimly competent, thoroughly literate, once a Vermont country school teacher, was never allowed to clean. It was an endearing mess of novels, copies of the Congressional Record, of the New Yorker, Time, Nation, New Republic, New Masses, and Speculum, cloistral organ of the medieval society, treatises on taxation and monetary systems, road maps, volumes on exploration in Abyssinia and the Antarctic, chewed stubs of pencils, a shaky portable typewriter, fishing tackle, rumpled carbon paper, 2 comfortable old leather chairs, a Windsor chair at his desk, the complete works of Thomas Jefferson, his chief hero, a microscope and a collection of Vermont butterflies, Indian arrowheads, exiguous volumes of Vermont village poetry printed in local newspaper offices, the Bible, the Quran, the Book of Mormon, Science and Health, selections from the Mahabharata, the poetry of Sandberg, Frost, Masters, Jeffers, Ogden Nash, Edgar Guest, Omar Khayyam, and Milton, a shotgun and a .22 repeating rifle, an Isaiah College banner, faded, the complete Oxford Dictionary, 5 fountain pens, of which 2 would work, a vase from Crete dating from 327 BC, very ugly, the World Almanac for year before last, with the cover suggesting that it had been chewed by a dog, odd pairs of horn-rimmed spectacles and of rimless eyeglasses, none of which now suited his eyes, a fine, reputedly Tudor oak cabinet from Devonshire, portraits of Ethan Allen and Thaddeus Stevens, there's that guy again, rubber wading boots, senile red Morocco slippers, a poster issued by the Vermont Mercury at Woodstock on September 2nd, 1840, announcing a glorious Whig victory, 24 boxes of safety matches, one by one stolen from the kitchen, assorted yellow scratch pads, 7 books on Russia and Bolshevism, extraordinarily pro or extraordinarily con, a signed photograph of Theodore Roosevelt, 6 cigarette cartons, all half empty. According to the tradition of journalistic eccentrics, Doremus should have smoked a good old pipe, but he detested the slimy ooze of nicotine-soaked spittle. A rag carpet on the floor, a withered sprig of holly with a silver Christmas ribbon, a case of 7 unused genuine Sheffield razors, dictionaries in French, German, Italian, and Spanish, the first of which languages he really could read, a canary in a Bavarian gilded wicker cage, a worn linen-bound copy of our old hearthside songs for home and picnic, whose selections he was wont to croon, holding the book on his knee, and an old cast-iron Franklin stove. Fuck you, Sinclair Lewis. I told you at the top, like, his sentences can be a little long and hard to say. That is just an improv list. That is just a guy looking around a room and going, that should be there. That should be there. Why not? Gilding the Lily. I hate it, but I also love it. And if it had gone on for another page, then I think we would have all found that hilarious. As it is, it's just annoying. Everything, indeed, that was proper for a hermit and improper for impious domestic hands. So Jessup doesn't want the maid touching all that crap. Whatever. Ooh, but I like that thing about pipe ooze, because that is real. I almost always use my bong because the pipe ooze out of the pipe is nasty. How are we doing here? All right. So, before switching on the light, he squinted through a dormer window at the bulk of mountains cutting the welter of stars. In the center were the last lights of Fort Beulah, far below, and on the left, unseen, the soft meadows, the old farmhouses, the great dairy barns of the Ethan mowing. It was a kind country, cool and clear as a shaft of light, and he meditated. He loved it more every quiet year of his freedom from city towers and city clamor. Let me say that line again because I pronounced it kind of weird. It was a kind country, cool and clear as a shaft of light, and, he meditated, he loved it more every quiet year of his freedom from city towers and city clamor. One of the few times when Mrs. Candy, their housekeeper, was permitted to enter his hermit's cell was to leave there, on the long table, his mail. He picked it up and started to read briskly, standing by the table. Time to go to bed. Too much chatter and belly aching this evening. Good Lord, past midnight. I don't know how to say that. What's with all those exclamation points? He sighed then and sat in his Windsor chair, leaning his elbows on the table and studiously reading the first letter over again. It's making me anxious just to hear about someone reading their mail, because I almost always just stick it somewhere and eventually get to it. I don't know if that's a depression thing or ADD or what, but so it's also kind of fun sometimes to find out how other people are, how their brains work. This guy seems disorganized but also organized, so it's interesting to me. It was from Victor Loveland, one of the younger, more international-minded teachers in Doremus's old school, Isaiah College. Dear Dr. Jessup. Dr. Jessup? Not me, my lad. The only honorary degree I'll ever get will be Master in Veterinary Surgery or Laureate in Embalming. That's Doremus talking to himself. A very dangerous situation has arisen here at Isaiah, and those of us who are trying to advocate something like integrity and modernity are seriously worried. Not probably that we need to be long, as we shall probably all get fired. Where 2 years ago most of our students just laughed at any idea of military drilling, they have gone warlike in a big way, with undergrads drilling with rifles, machine guns, and cute little blueprints of tanks and planes all over the place. 2 of them, voluntarily, are going down to Rutland every week to take training in flying, avowedly to get ready for wartime aviation. When I cautiously ask them what the Dickens war they are preparing for, they just scratch and indicate they don't care much, so long as they can get a chance to show what virile, proud gents they are. Well, we've got used to that, but just this afternoon, the newspapers haven't gotten this yet, the Board of Trustees, including Mr. Francis Tasbro and our president, Dr. Owen Peasley, met and voted a resolution that, now listen to this, will you, Dr. Jessup? Quote, any member of the faculty or student body of Isaiah who shall in any way, publicly or privately, in print, writing, or by the spoken word, adversely criticize military training at or by Isaiah College or in any other institution of learning in the United States or by the state militias, federal forces, or other officially recognized military organizations in this country shall be liable to immediate dismissal from this college. And any student who shall, with full and proper proof, bring to the attention of the president or any trustee of the college such malign criticism by any person whatever connected in any way with the institution shall receive extra credits in his course in military training, such credits to apply to the number of credits necessary for graduation. What can we do with such fast exploding fascism? Victor Loveland. And Loveland, teacher of Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit, two lone students, had never till now meddled in any politics of more recent date than AD 180. So Frank was there at trustees' meeting and didn't dare tell me, Doremus sighed, encouraging them to become spies. Gestapo. Oh, my dear Frank, this is a serious time. You, my good bonehead, for once you said it. President Owen J. Peasley, the bagged face, pious, racketeering, damned hedge schoolmaster. But what can I do? Oh, write another editorial, viewing with alarm, I suppose. He plumped into a deep chair and sat fidgeting like a bright-eyed, apprehensive little bird. On the door was a tearing sound, imperious, demanding. He opened to admit Foolish, the family dog. Foolish was a reliable combination of English setter, Airedale, Cocker Spaniel, wistful doe, and rearing hyena. He gave one abrupt snort of welcome and nuzzled his brown satin head against Doremus's knee. His bark awakened the canary under the absurd old blue sweater that covered its cage, and it automatically caroled that it was noon, summer noon, among the pear trees in the green Harz Hills, none of which was true. But the birds trilling, the dependable presence of Foolish, comforted Doremus, made military drill and belching politicians seem unimportant, and in security he dropped asleep in the worn brown leather chair. How fucking real is that, right? This is that self-care stuff we hear so much about. If you're hip to this stuff, if you're aware, if you're part of this movement, even doing that makes you feel bad, because you care, because you don't want fascism to show up, because you know how dark that shit gets. So anyway, and I also feel good that Doremus gets to have a break. All right, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna do a thing here. I'm gonna save it and then make a new file so that nothing happens to it. Let's see here. What do I call this? EIA writing process. Jeff reads. It can't happen here. Save as first draft. Or I should have called that part 1, but whatever. Oh my God. I washed my hands, but I didn't zip up. That's weird. I'll close that one. Go back to the master file. There's a funny word, huh? We don't use as much as we used to. Oh, I've already been going 2 hours and 16 minutes. Some of that I wasn't on yet, but let's see, 2 hours and 11 on the YouTube thing. I'm right here. Where's my sign? Behind me. Where's my sign go? I was sitting on there. All right. Chapter 4. All this June week, Doremus was waiting for 2 p.m. on Saturday, the divinely appointed hour of the weekly prophetic broadcast by Bishop Paul Peter Prang. Now, 6 weeks before the 1936 National Conventions, it was probable that neither Franklin Roosevelt, Herbert Hoover, Senator Vandenberg, Ogden Mills, General Hugh Johnson, Colonel Frank Knox, nor Senator Borah would be nominated for president by either party, and that the Republican standard-bearer, meaning the one man who never has to lug a large, bothersome, and somewhat ridiculous standard, would be that loyal yet strangely honest old-line Senator Walt Trowbridge, a man with a touch of Lincoln in him, dashes of Will Rogers and George W. Norris, a suspected trace of Jim Farley, but all the rest plain, bulky, placidly defiant Walt Trowbridge. Few men doubted that the Democratic candidate would be that skyrocket Senator Berzelius Windrip. That is to say, Windrip as the mask and bellowing voice, with his satanic secretary, Lee Saracen, as the brain behind. Okay. To most people nowadays, that was a lot of names nobody's ever heard of. Franklin Roosevelt, obviously. I think he was president at this time. Is that right? Didn't he get nominated in 32? Yeah. 32? I think it's 32. So this presupposes that a sitting Democratic president would have all these Democratic challengers. It's odd. We don't normally see that in the modern day. I think that happened because Lyndon Johnson abdicated, I guess, didn't run for a second term, but usually that doesn't happen. Let's see. Lee Saracen is the brain behind. Senator Windrip's father was a small-town Western druggist, equally ambitious and unsuccessful, and had named him Berzelius after the Swedish chemist. Usually he was known as Buzz. He had worked his way through a Southern Baptist college, of approximately the same academic standing as a Jersey City business college, and through a Chicago law school, and settled down to practice in his native state and to enliven local politics. He was a tireless traveler, a boisterous and humorous speaker, an inspired guesser at what political doctrines the people would like, a warm handshaker, and willing to lend money. He drank Coca-Cola with the Methodists, beer with the Lutherans, California white wine with the Jewish village merchants, and when they were safe from observation, white mule corn whiskey with all of them. Within 20 years, he was as absolute a ruler of his state as ever a sultan was of Turkey. He was never governor. He had shrewdly seen that his reputation for research among planters' punch recipes, varieties of poker, and the psychology of girl stenographers might cause his defeat by the church people. So he had contented himself with coaxing to the gubernatorial shearing a trained baa lamb of a country schoolmaster, whom he had gaily led on a wide blue ribbon. The state was certain that he had, quote, given it a good administration, and they knew that it was Buzz Windrip who was responsible, not the governor. Windrip caused the building of impressive high roads and of consolidated country schools. He made the state buy tractors and combines and lend them to the farmers at cost. He was certain that someday America would have vast business dealings with the Russians. And though he detested all Slavs, he made the state university put in the first course in the Russian language that had been known in all that part of the West. His most original invention was quadrupling the state militia and rewarding the best soldiers in it with training in agriculture, aviation, and radio and automobile engineering. The militiamen considered him their general and their god, and when the state attorney general announced that he was going to have Windrip indicted, And when the state attorney general announced that he was going to have Windrip indicted for having grafted $200,000 of tax money, the militia rose to Buzz Windrip's orders as though they were his private army, and occupying the legislative chambers and all the state offices, and covering the streets leading to the Capitol with machine guns, they herded Buzz's enemies out of town. Okay, what the fuck? This is more like if that guy that Eamon Bundy, if he was supported by a political candidate for governor or whatever. That's fucked up. But we are seeing more and more lunatics with guns sort of representing society and business. And Kyle Rittenhouse is out here killing two motherfuckers and the cops protect him. So, whatever. Reading. I'm not supposed to say that. He took the United States senatorship as though it were his manorial right. And for 6 years, his only rival as the most bouncing and feverish man in the Senate had been the late Huey Long of Louisiana. He preached the comforting gospel of so redistributing wealth that every person in the country would have several $1,000s a year. Monthly, Buzz changed his prediction as to how many thousand, while all the rich men were nevertheless to be allowed enough to get along on a maximum of 500,000 a year. So everybody was happy in the prospect of Windrip's becoming president. The Reverend Dr. Egerton Schlemiel, Dean of St. Agnes Cathedral, San Antonio, Texas, stated, once in a sermon, once in the slightly variant mimeographed press handout on the sermon, and 7 times in interviews, that Buzz's coming into power would be, quote, like the heaven-blessed fall of revivifying rain upon a parched and thirsty land, unquote. Dr. Schlemiel did not say anything about what happened when the blessed rain came and kept falling steadily for 4 years. Is that the past, like 4 years of him being a senator? Or are they saying that the next bad times will be 4 years long? I'm not sure. No one, even among the Washington correspondents, seemed to know precisely how much of a part in Senator Windrip's career was taken by his secretary, Lee Saracen. When Windrip had first seized power in his state, Saracen had been managing editor of the most widely circulated paper in all that part of the country. Saracen's genesis was and remained a mystery. It was said that he had been born in Georgia, in Minnesota, on the east side of New York, in Syria, that he was pure Yankee, Jewish, Charleston Huguenot. It was known that he had been a singularly reckless lieutenant of machine gunners as a youngster during the Great War, and that he had stayed over, ambling about Europe for 3 or 4 years, that he had worked on the Paris edition of the New York Herald, nibbled at painting and at black magic in Florence and Munich, had a few sociological months at the London School of Economics, associated with decidedly curious people in arty Berlin night restaurants. Returned home, Saracen had become decidedly the hard-boiled reporter of the shirt-sleeved tradition, who asserted that he would rather be called a prostitute than anything so sissified as journalist. But it was suspected that nevertheless he still retained the ability to read. He had been variously a socialist and an anarchist. Even in 1936, there were rich people who asserted that Saracen was, quote, too radical. But actually, he had lost his trust, if any, in the masses during the hoggish nationalism after the war, and he believed now only in resolute control by a small oligarchy. In this, he was a Hitler, a Mussolini. Everybody's got one. A dirty little wizard in the back, pulling strings, kingmakers. Saracen was lanky and drooping, with thin flaxen hair and thick lips and a bony face. Talking about me? His eyes were sparks at the bottoms of 2 dark wells. In his long hands there was bloodless strength. He used to surprise persons who were about to shake hands with him by suddenly bending their fingers back till they almost broke. Most people didn't much like it. As a newspaperman, he was an expert of the highest grade. He could smell out a husband murder, the grafting of a politician, that is to say, of a politician belonging to a gang opposed by his paper, the torture of animals or children, and this last sort of story he liked to write himself, rather than hand it to a reporter, and when he did write it, you saw the moldy cellar, heard the whip, felt the slimy blood. Compared with Lee Saracen as a newspaperman, little Doremus Jessup of Fort Beulah was like a village parson compared with the $20,000 minister of a 20-story New York institutional tabernacle with radio affiliations. Senator Windrip had made Saracen officially his secretary, but he was known to be much more: bodyguard, ghostwriter, press agent, economic advisor, and in Washington, Lee Saracen became the man most consulted and least liked by newspaper correspondents in the whole Senate office building. I'm bringing you closer now. This dude's bad. Bad motherfucker. These are the kind of motherfuckers spreading Nazism, Ku Klux Klanism, guys who should know better and just don't give a fuck. They're real selfish. All right. Sorry, I had to turn it. The light was okay. Radio affiliations, whole Senate office. Windrip was a young 48 in 1936, Saracen an aged and sagging-cheeked 41. Though he probably based it on notes dictated by Windrip, himself no fool in the matter of fictional imagination, Saracen had certainly done the actual writing of Windrip's lone book, the Bible of his followers, part biography, part economic program, and part plain exhibitionist boasting, called 0 Hour, Over the Top. It was a salty book and contained more suggestions for remolding the world than the 3 volumes of Karl Marx and all the novels of H.G. Wells put together. Perhaps the most familiar, most quoted paragraph of 0 Hour, beloved by the provincial press because of its simple earthiness, as written by an initiate in Rosicrucian lore named Saracen, was, quote, "When I was a little shaver back in the cornfields, we kids used to just wear one-strap suspenders on our pants, and we called them the galluses on our breeches. But they held them up and saved our modesty just as much as if we had put on a high-toned, limey accent and talked about braces and trousers. That's how the old world of what they call scientific economics is like. The Marxians think that by writing of galluses and braces, they've got something that knocks the stuffings out of the old-fashioned ideas of Washington and Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton. Well and all, I sure believe in using every new economic discovery, like they have been worked out in the so-called fascist countries, like Italy and Germany and Hungary and Poland. Yes, by thunder, and even in Japan. We probably will have to lick those little yellow men someday to keep them from pinching our vested and rightful interests in China. But don't let that keep us from grabbing off any smart ideas that those cute little beggars have worked out. I want to stand up on my hind legs and not just admit, but frankly holler right out that we've got to change our system a lot. Maybe even change the whole Constitution. But change it legally and not by violence. To bring it up from the horseback and corduroy road epoch to the automobile and cement highway period of today. The executive has got to have a freer hand and be able to move quick in an emergency and not be tied down by a lot of dumb shyster lawyer congressmen taking months to shoot off their mouths in debates. But, and it's a but, as big, and it's a but as big as Deacon Checkerboard's hay barn back home. These new economic changes are only a means to an end, and that end is and must be fundamentally the same principles of liberty, equality, and justice that were advocated by the founding fathers of this great land back in 1776. The most confusing thing about the whole campaign of 1936 was the relationship of the 2 leading parties. Old guard Republicans complained that their proud party was begging for office hat in hand. veteran Democrats that their traditional covered wagons were jammed with college professors, city slickers, and yachtsmen. All right, fuck you, Sinclair Lewis. That shit's still true. We are jammed with college professors, city slickers, and yachtsmen. Who the fuck are yachtsmen? The rich, the trial lawyers? Lawyers of all stripes. Next, he'll mention Hollywood. Was that a thing back then? Oh, I didn't do this thing. This is all commentary, baby. Loading my bong. I'm loading my bong. I'm loading my bong. Yes, I'm loading my bong. Come on. This is called Pacific Blue from Falcana. That's a Washington State weed brand for y'all elsewhere. I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'm also gonna put some more ice in my bong so I don't choke again, because it sounds bad. Yes. Here comes some ice in the motherfucking bong. Oh, yeah. I'm writing a national anthem or something. That's fun. The rival to Senator Windrip in public reverence was a political titan who seemed to have no itch for office. The Reverend Paul Peter Prang of Persepolis, Indiana, bishop of the Methodist Episcopal Church, a man perhaps 10 years older than Windrip. His weekly radio address, at 2 p.m. every Saturday, was to millions the very oracle of God. So supernatural was this voice from the air that for it men delayed their golf, and women even postponed their Saturday afternoon contract bridge. Utterly unrelatable in our modern context. Nobody has this much market share. Not even somebody on Fox. I mean, I can't even think of anyone who was this seductive. Who is the most powerful conservative media person in of today? It can't be Alex Jones, can it? That motherfucker. Most powerful conservative media personality. Most powerful conservative in America? That sounds promising. In the Atlantic, Eric Erickson built his career on stoking populist rage, but now the man who steers the Tea Party. Oh, this is from 5 years ago. God, see? I don't know shit about conservatives. Sean Hannity. duh. For a while, it was Glenn Beck, right? And then he kind of wised up a little bit, or he got less powerful. I don't know. Again, I don't know shit about these guys anymore. And maybe that's my bad, or maybe that's just polarization. Honestly, I think it might be that I'm soft. Like, I don't even like really writing villain chapters in my books, even though I do sometimes while I'm writing it, but I don't know. Not as often. Because I hate these guys. They're bad news. They're shitty motherfuckers. All right. Contract bridge. It was Father Charles Coughlin of Detroit who had first thought out the device of freeing himself from any censorship of his political sermons on the Mount by, quote, buying his own time on the air, it being only in the 20th century that mankind had been able to buy time as it buys soap and gasoline. This invention was almost equal in its effect on all American life and thought to Henry Ford's early conception of selling cars cheap to millions of people instead of selling a few as luxuries. But to the pioneer Father Coughlin, Bishop Paul Peter Prang was as the Ford V8 to the Model A. He's done that twice now, where the analogy flips places. I wonder if that's how we used to do analogies. That's odd. Oh no, because he wrote it, but to the pioneer. An invisible subject? Really? Annoying. Sorry, I shouldn't be critiquing the writing. This is about the content. All right. Prang was more sentimental than Coughlin. He shouted more. He agonized more. He reviled more enemies by name, and rather scandalously. He told more funny stories, and ever so many more tragic stories about the repentant deathbeds of bankers, atheists, and communists. His voice was more nasally native, and he was pure Middle West, with a New England Protestant Scotch-English ancestry, where Coughlin was always a little suspect in the Sears Roebuck regions as a Roman Catholic with an agreeable Irish accent. No man in history has ever had such an audience as Bishop Prang, nor so much apparent power. When he demanded that his auditors telegraph their congressman to vote on a bill as he, Prang, ex cathedra and alone without any college of cardinals, had been inspired to believe they ought to vote, then 50,000 people would telephone or drive through back hill mud to the nearest telegraph office and in his name give their commands to the government. Thus, by the magic of electricity, Prang made the position of any king in history look a little absurd and tinseled. Who's got these kind of numbers right now? Who can mobilize that? Like Israel, the NRA? Like, who's a person that can wield that many folks? It was 50,000. We've tripled in population now, so it'd be 150,000. Or more logarithmically, or less because of social media. I don't know. Who's rocking those kind of numbers? If you think about it in terms of podcasting, I come from podcasting, right? You probably get contacted like 1 out of 100 people that listen even contacts you. So be generous, 2 or 3%. If it's 50,000 relative to what did I say, 100 times that or 50 times that, 50,000 people times 50 would be 250 million. That can't be right. 25 million. It's a ton. It's like 30% of our country. 25% maybe. Anyway, that's a lot of silent majority, right? That's what Nixon ran on, like just fucking get those little racist jerks in the middle to, vote more often or rig their local elections or whatever. Hitler added like beatings, extortion, kidnapping, and stuff to it, but you might not have to in our country. If we've got this number of people able to just go, yeah, can Sean Hannity wield those kind of numbers? Can God, I don't even know. I don't even know who these people are. That's what's fucked up. I would have said the Koch brothers, but they're not talking out of the media, are they? I don't even know. All right. Prang made the position of any king in history look a little absurd and tinselled. To millions of League members, he sent mimeographed letters with facsimile signature and with the salutation so craftily typed in that they rejoiced in a personal greeting from the founder. Dormimus Jessup, up in the provincial hills, could never quite figure out just what political gospel it was that Bishop Prang thundered from his Sinai, which, with its microphone and typed revelations timed to the split second, was so much more snappy and efficient than the original Sinai. Oh shit, it's Twitter. The typed revelations timed to the split second? Yikes. In detail, he preached nationalization of the banks, mines, water power, and transportation, limitation of incomes, increased wages, strengthening of the labor unions, more fluid distribution of consumer goods. But everybody was nibbling at those noble doctrines now, from Virginia senators to Minnesota farmer laborites, with no one being so credulous as to expect any of them to be carried out. Holy shit. That's Trump's drain the swamp, right? Like, he's all over the place. He says he's going to give us more stimulus for COVID. He ain't. Wow. Hitler was the same way. He said he cared about the religion. He didn't care about religion. He cared about killing Jews. I gotta get some water. Put a bill on my desk. They give me a bill. I'll sign it if it's my good Republican friends or whatever. I can't even watch the guy, so I can't do an impression. Anyway. Am I the worst? Am I the bad guy? Whatever. There was a theory around someplace that Prang was only the humble voice of his vast organization. Quote, the League of Forgotten Men. It was universally believed to have, though no firm of chartered accountants had yet examined its rolls, 27 million members. Holy shit, I called it. Wow, I did wild political math. Demographics, baby. 27 million members, along with proper assortments of national officers and state officers and town officers, and hordes of committees with stately names like National Committee on the Compilation of Statistics on Unemployment and Normal Employability in the Soybean Industry. Hither and yon, Bishop Prang, not as the still small voice of God, but in lofty person. My roommate's coming home. I should mute it for a second. Okay, where was I? League of Forgotten Men, soybean industry. Hither and yon, Bishop Prang, not as the still small voice of God, but in lofty person, addressed audiences of 20,000 persons at a time, in the larger cities all over the country, speaking in huge halls meant for prize fighting, in cinema palaces, in armories, in baseball parks, in circus tents, while after the meetings his brisk assistants accepted membership applications and dues for the League of Forgotten Men. When his timid detractors hinted that this was all very romantic, very jolly and picturesque, but not particularly dignified, and Bishop Prang answered, quote, "My master delighted to speak in whatever vulgar assembly would listen to him," no one dared answer him. "But you aren't your master. Not yet." With all the flourish of the League and its mass meetings, there had never been a pretense that any tenet of the League, any pressure on Congress and the President to pass any particular bill, originated with anybody save Prang himself, with no collaboration from the committees or officers of the League. All that the Prang who so often crooned about the humility and modesty of the Savior wanted was for 130 million people to obey him, their priest king, implicitly in everything concerning their private morals, their public asseverations, how they might earn their livings, and what relationships they might have to other wage earners. "And that," Doremus Jessup grumbled, relishing the shocked piety of his wife Emma, "makes Brother Prang a worse tyrant than Caligula, a worse fascist than Napoleon. Mind you, I don't really believe all these rumors about Prang's grafting on membership dues and the sale of pamphlets and donations to pay for the radio. It's much worse than that. I'm afraid he's an honest fanatic. That's why he's such a real fascist menace. He's so confoundedly humanitarian. In fact, so noble that a majority of people are willing to let him boss everything. And with a country this size, that's quite a job. Quite a job, my beloved. Even for a Methodist bishop who gets enough gifts so that he can actually buy time." Okay, I really appreciated that that part because I was able to channel Doremus talking to his wife. He can speak as freely and as openly as he wants, so I wanted him to kind of really feel it, you know. I felt like I was holding back a little bit in the bar. It's is he really saying this shit, or is he just kind of saying this shit and but not wanting to freak out his friends too much? I don't know. Why am I still holding this up? All the while, Walt Trowbridge, possible Republican candidate for president, suffering from the deficiency of being honest and disinclined to promise that he could work miracles, was insisting that we live in the United States of America and not on a golden highway to utopia. There was nothing exhilarating in such realism, so all this rainy week in June, with the apple blossoms and the lilacs fading, Doremus Jessup was awaiting the next encyclical of Pope Paul Peter Prang. Fucking Sinclair Lewis. He loves his alliteration, and it's fun. I like doing it. It's like music, you know. That's when I really love this guy. When he stops trying to be back and forth cute and just gives you some fun words to say. I think I want to go back and read Jonathan Swift and see what his flow was like, because he was a similar sort of guy. Shit, I gotta play D&D soon. It's 7. What do I got? An hour and a half? Chapter 5. I'm gonna drink some water. Chapter 5. Quoting here. I know the press only too well. Almost all editors hide away in spider dens. Men without thought of family or public interest or the humble delights of jaunts out of doors, plotting how they can put over their lies and advance their own positions and fill their greedy pocketbooks by calumniating statesmen who have given their all for the common good and who are vulnerable because they stand out in the fierce light that beats around the throne. Zero Hour, Buzz Windrip. If I may, I don't think I sold that very well. Like, this is Windrip. This is the voice you're gonna be hearing as evil. So I gotta kind of figure that out. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, calumniating. That's where I got caught up. I was like, what's he saying here? Calumniating, running down statesmen who have given their all for the common good and who are vulnerable because they stand out in the fierce light that beats around the throne. 0 Hour, Buzz Windrip. The June morning shone. The last petals of the wild cherry blossoms lay dew-covered on the grass. Robins were about their brisk business on the lawn. Doremus, by nature a late liar and pilferer of naps after he had been called at 8, was stirred to spring up and stretch his arms out fully 5 or 6 times in Swedish exercises in front of his window, looking out across the Beulah River Valley to dark masses of pine on the mountain slopes 3 miles away. Doremus and Emma had had each their own bedroom these 15 years, not altogether to her pleasure. He asserted that he couldn't share a bedroom with any person living because he was a night mutterer and liked to make a really good, uprearing, pillow-slapping job of turning over in bed without feeling that he was disturbing someone. Holy shit, that is me. What? Is this a professor type with a beard thing? It was Saturday, the day of the prang revelation, but on this crystal morning, after days of rain, he did not think of prang at all, but of the fact that Philip, his son, with wife, had popped up from Worcester for the weekend, and that the whole crew of them, along with Lorinda Pike and Buck Titus, were going to have a real old-fashioned family picnic. They had all demanded it, even the fashionable sissy, a woman who at 18, okay, now she's a woman? Whatever. I mean, I should be grateful. Even the fashionable sissy, a woman who at 18 had much concern with tennis, teas, golf, and mysterious, appallingly rapid motor trips with Malcolm Tasbro, just graduating from high school, or with the Episcopal parson's grandson, Julian Falk, freshman in Amherst. Doremus had scolded that he couldn't go to any blame picnic. It was his job as editor to stay home and listen to Bishop Prang's broadcast at 2. But they had laughed at him and rumpled his hair and miscalled him until he had promised. They didn't know it, but he had slyly borrowed a portable radio from his friend, the local RC priest, Father Stephen Parafix, and he was going to hear prang whether or no. He was glad they were going to have Lorinda Pike. He was fond of that sardonic saint, and Buck Titus, who was perhaps his closest intimate. Just taking a quick break. How's everybody doing? How you doing out there? Hello.
Sorry.
Roommate getting some food.
I know about your here. Sorry.
No problem. James Buck Titus, who was 50 but looked 38, straight, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, long-mustached, swarthy. Buck was the Daniel Boone type of old American, or perhaps an Indian fighting cavalry captain out of Charles King. He had graduated from Williams with 10 weeks in England and 10 years in Montana, divided between cattle raising, prospecting, and a horse breeding ranch. I gotta break up these long ass descriptions. This motherfucker goes on. And a horse breeding ranch. His father, a richish railroad contractor, had left him the great farm near West Beulah, and Buck had come back home to grow apples, to breed Morgan stallions, and to read Voltaire, Anatole France, Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky. He served in the war as a private, detested his officers, refused a commission, and liked the Germans at Cologne. He was a useful polo player, but regarded riding to the hounds as childish. In politics, he did not so much yearn over the wrongs of labor as feel scornful of the tight-fisted exploiters who denned in office and stinking factory. He was as near to the English country squire as one may find in America. He was a bachelor with a big mid-Victorian house, well kept by a friendly Negro couple, a tidy place in which he sometimes entertained ladies who were not quite so tidy. Really quick, if I change any of the words in this one to be a little more politic, I will mention it. Negro was just common parlance back then, so unless it gets weird, I'll keep using it. I don't know. We'll see. He called himself an agnostic instead of an atheist, only because he detested the street-bawling, tract-peddling evangelicism of the professional atheists. He was cynical, he rarely smiled, and he was unwaveringly loyal to all the Jessups. His coming to the picnic made Doremus as blithe as his grandson David. Perhaps, even under fascism, the church clock will stand at 10 to 3, and there will be honeys still for tea, Doremus hoped as he put on his rather dandified country tweeds. Fuck, I really want some dandified country tweeds. Is that weird? I'm like a maybe hipster. I'm like a kind of aspirational hipster, but too afraid to actually go for it. I mean, black shirt on a stream. It was like the cleanest shirt that wouldn't make me look like a sausage. So the only stain on the preparations for the picnic was the grouchiness of the hired man, Shad Ledoux. When he was asked to turn the ice cream freezer, he growled, "Why the heck don't you folks get an electric freezer?" he grumbled most audibly at the weight of the picnic baskets. And when he was asked to clean up the basement during their absence, he retorted only with a glare of silent fury. "You ought to get rid of that fellow, Ledoux," urged Doremus's son, Philip, the lawyer. "Oh, I don't know," considered Doremus. "Probably just shiftlessness on my part.
But I tell myself I'm doing a social experiment, trying to train him to be as gracious as the average Neanderthal man. Or perhaps I'm scared of him. He's the kind of vindictive peasant that sets fire to barns. Did you know that he actually reads, Phil? No. Yep. Mostly movie magazines with naked ladies and wild western stories, but he also reads the papers. Told me he greatly admired Buzz Windrip. Says Windrip will certainly be president, and then everybody, by which I'm afraid Shad means only himself, will have 5,000 a year. Buzz certainly has a bunch of philanthropists for followers. This is interesting because I just heard this part on that podcast. I mentioned or not podcast. It's like a YouTube audio drama by Berkeley Rep, an audio drama of this. And so anyway, they kept this little scene here. Now listen, Dad, you don't understand Senator Windrip. Oh, he's something of a demagogue. He shoots off his mouth a lot about how he'll jack up the income tax and grab the banks, but he won't. And that's just molasses for the cockroaches. What he will do, and maybe only he can do it, is to protect us from the murdering, thieving, lying Bolsheviks that would. Why, they'd like to stick all of us that are going on this picnic, all the decent, clean people that are accustomed to privacy, into hall bedrooms and make us cook our cabbage soup on a Primus stuck on a bed. Yes, or maybe liquidate us entirely. No, sir. Berzelius Windrip is the fellow to balk the dirty, sneaking Jew spies that pose as American liberals. The face is the face of my reasonably competent son, Philip. But the voice is the voice of the Jew baiter, Julius Stryker, sighed Doremus. Okay, shit. Like at the start of that polemic, I thought he was doing a bit. He was not doing a bit. Philip is an asshole. The picnic ground was among a Stonehenge of gray and lichen-painted rocks, fronting a birch grove high up on Mount Terror. On the upland farm of Doremus's cousin, Henry Veeder, a solid, reticent Vermonter of the old days. They looked through a distant mountain gap to the faint mercury of Lake Champlain, and across it, the bulwark of the Adirondacks. Davy Greenhill and his hero, Buck Titus, wrestled in the hardy pasture grass. Philip and Dr. Fowler Greenhill, Doremus's son-in-law, Phil plump and half-bald at 32, Fowler belligerently red-headed and red-mustached, argued against the merits of his autogyro. Doremus lay with his head against a rock, his cap over his eyes, gazing down into the paradise of Beulah Valley. He could not have sworn to it, but he rather thought he saw an angel floating in the radiant upper air above the valley. The women, Emma and Mary Greenhill, Sissy and Philip's wife and Lorinda Pike, were setting out the picnic lunch. A pot of beans with crisp salt pork, fried chicken, potatoes warmed over with croutons, tea biscuits, crabapple jelly, salad, raisin pie, on a red and white tablecloth spread on a flat rock. But for the parked motor cars, the scene might have been New England in 1885, and you could see the women in chip hats and tight-bodiced, high-necked frocks with bustles, the men in straw boaters with dangling ribbons and adorned with side whiskers. Thurk!
The men in straw boaters with dangling ribbons and adorned with side whiskers. Doremus's beard not clipped, but floating like a bridal veil. When Dr. Greenhill fetched down cousin Henry Veeder, a bulky yet shy enough pre-Ford farmer in clean faded overalls, then was time again unbought, secure, serene. And the conversation had a comfortable triviality, an affectionate Victorian dullness. However Doremus might fret about conditions, however skittishly Sissy might long for the presence of her beau, Julian Falk, and Malcolm Tasbro, there was nothing modern and neurotic, nothing savoring of Freud, Adler, Marx, Bertrand Russell, or any other divinity of the 1930s. When Mother Emma chattered to Mary and Marilla about her rose bushes, bushes? That is not a word. Or any other divinity of the 1930s, when Mother Emma chattered to Mary and Marilla about her rose bushes that had winter killed, and the new young maples that the field mice had gnawed, and the difficulty of getting Shad Ledoux to bring in enough fireplace wood, and how Shad gorged pork chops and fried potatoes and pie at lunch, which he ate at the Jessops. And the view. The women talked about the view as honeymooners once talked at Niagara Falls. David and Buck Titus were playing ship now on a rearing rock. It was the bridge, and David was Captain Popeye with Buck his bosun, and even Dr. Greenhill, that impetuous crusader who was constantly infuriating the county board of health by reporting the slovenly state of the poor farm and the stench in the county jail, was lazy in the sun, and with the greatest of concentration kept an unfortunate little ant running back and forth on a twig. His wife, Mary, the golfer, the runner-up in state tennis tournaments, the giver of smart but not too bibulous cocktail parties at the country club, the weaver of smart brown tweeds with a green scarf, seemed to have dropped gracefully back into the domesticity of her mother, and to consider as a very weighty thing a recipe for celery and Roquefort sandwiches on toasted soda crackers. She was the handsome older Jessup girl again, back in the White House with the mansard roof. And Foolish, lying on his back with his forepaws idiotically flopping, was the most pastorally old-fashioned of them all. The only serious flare of conversation was when Buck Titus snarled to Doremus,
"Certainly a lot of messiahs potting at you from the bushes these days. Buzz Windrip and Bishop Prang and Father Coughlin and Dr. Townsend, though he seems to have gone back to Nazareth, and Upton Sinclair and Reverend Frank Buckman and Bernard McFadden and Willem Randolph Hearst and Governor Talmadge and Floyd Olson and say, I swear the best messiah in the whole show is this darky, Father Divine. Fuck."
I'm going to see about that one. Is this D word, Father Divine. He doesn't just promise he's going to feed the underprivileged 10 years from now. He hands out the fried drumsticks and gizzard right around with the salvation.
How about him for president?
Out of nowhere appeared Julian Falk. This young man, freshman in Amherst the past year, grandson of the Episcopal rector and living with the old man because his parents were dead, was, in the eyes of Doremus, the most nearly tolerable of Sissy's suitors. He was Swede blonde and wiry, with a neat, small face and canny eyes. He called Doremus Sir, and he had, unlike most of the radio and motor hypnotized 18-year-olds in the fort, read a book and voluntarily read Thomas Wolfe and William Rollins, John Strachey and Stuart Chase and Ortega. Whether Sissy preferred him to Malcolm Tasbro, her father did not know. Malcolm was taller and thicker than Julian, and he drove his own streamlined DeSoto, while Julian could only borrow his grandfather's shocking old flivver. Sissy and Julian bickered amiably about Alice Aylot's skill in backgammon, and Foolish scratched himself in the sun. But Doremus was not being pastoral. He was being anxious and scientific, while the others jeered, "When does Dad take his audition?" And "What's he learning to be, a crooner or a hockey announcer?" Doremus was adjusting the doubtful portable radio. Once he thought he was going to be with them in the home sweet home atmosphere, for he tuned in on a program of old songs, and all of them, including Cousin Henry Veeder, who had a hidden passion for fiddlers and barn dances and parlor organs, hummed gaily the Troubadour and Maid of Athens and Darling Nellie Gray. But when the announcer informed them that these ditties were being sponsored by Toily Oily, the natural home cathartic, and that they were being rendered by a sextet of young males horribly called the Smoothies, Doremus abruptly shut them off. "Why, what's the matter, Dad?" cried Sissy. "Smoothies? God, this country deserves what it's going to get," snapped Doremus. "Maybe we need a Buzz Windrip." "Oh!" I don't understand. Maybe he's annoyed because they come right out and say who they're sponsored by? Is he like an NPR type? I mean, they didn't even have NPR back then, so I don't know. Local farm radio? Maybe we need a Buzz Windrip. The moment, then, it should have been announced by cathedral chimes, of the weekly address of Bishop Paul Peter Prang. Coming from an airless closet, smelling of sacerdotal woolen union suits in Persepolis, Indiana, it leapt to the farthest stars. It circled the world at 186,000 miles a second, 1,000,000 miles while you stopped to scratch. It crashed into the cabin of a whaler on a dark polar sea, into an office paneled with linen fold oak looted from a Nottinghamshire castle, on the 67th story of a building on Wall Street, into the Foreign Office in Tokyo, into the rocky hollow below the shining birches upon Mount Terror in Vermont. Bishop Prang spoke, as he usually did, with a grave kindliness, a virile resonance, which made his self magically coming to them on the unseen aerial pathway, at once dominating and touched with charm. And whatever his purposes might be, his words were on the side of the angels. My friends of the radio audience, I shall have but 6 more weekly petitions to make you before the national conventions, which will decide the fate of this distraught nation. And the time has come now to act. To act! Enough of words! Let me put together certain separated phrases out of the 6th chapter of Jeremiah,
which seem to have been prophetically written for this hour of desperate crisis in America. O ye children of Benjamin, gather yourselves together to flee out of the midst of Jerusalem. Prepare ye war. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us, for the day goeth away, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out. Arise, and let us go by night, and let us destroy her palaces. I am full of the fury of the Lord. I am weary with holding it in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the aged with him that is full of days. I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of this land, saith the Lord. For from the least of them, even unto the greatest, everyone is given to covetousness. And from the prophet, even unto the priest, everyone dealeth falsely, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. So spake the book of old. But it was spoken also to America of 1936. There is no peace. For more than a year now, the League of Forgotten Men has warned the politicians, the whole government, that we are sick unto death of being the dispossessed, and that at last we are more than 50 million strong, no whimpering horde, but with the will, the voices, the votes to enforce our sovereignty. We have in no uncertain way informed every politician that we demand certain measures, and that we will brook no delay. Again and again, we have demanded that both the control of credit and the power to issue money be unqualifiedly taken away from the private banks, that the soldiers not only receive the bonus they with their blood and anguish so richly earned in 17 and 18, but that the amount agreed upon be now doubled, that all swollen incomes be severely limited, and inheritance cut to such small sums as may support the heirs only in youth and in old age, that labor and farmers' unions be not merely recognized as instruments for joint bargaining, but be made, like the syndicates in Italy, official parts of the government, representing the toilers, and that international Jewish finance, and equally international Jewish communism and anarchism and atheism, be with all the stern solemnity and rigid inflexibility this great nation can show, barred from all activity. Those of you who have listened to me before will understand that I, or rather the League of Forgotten Men, has no quarrel with individual Jews, that we are proud to have rabbis among our directors. But those subversive international organizations, which unfortunately are so largely Jewish, must be driven with whips and scorpions from off the face of the earth. These demands we have made, and how long now, O Lord? How long have the politicians and the smirking representatives of big business pretended to listen, to obey? Yes, yes, my masters of the League of Forgotten Men, yes, we understand. Just give us time. There is no more time. Their time is over, and all their unholy power. The conservative senators, the United States Chamber of Commerce, the giant bankers, the monarchs of steel and motors and electricity and coal, the brokers and the holding committees. The brokers and the holding companies, they are all of them like the Bourbon kings, of whom it was said that they forgot nothing and they learned nothing. But they died upon the guillotine. Perhaps we can be more merciful to our Bourbons. Perhaps we can save them from the guillotine, the gallows, the swift firing squad. Perhaps we shall, in our new regime, under our new constitution, with our new deal that really will be a new deal and not an arrogant experiment, perhaps we shall merely make these big bugs of finance and politics sit on hard chairs, in dingy offices, toiling unending hours with pen and typewriter, as so many white-collar slaves for so many years have toiled for them. It is, as Senator Buzz Windrip puts it, the 0 hour. Now, this second, we have stopped bombarding the heedless ears of these false masters. We're going over the top. At last, after months and months of taking counsel together, the directors of the League of Forgotten Men and I myself announce that in the coming Democratic National Convention, we shall, without one smallest reservation, Listen! History being made! Doremus cried at his heedless family. Use the tremendous strength of the millions of League members to secure the Democratic presidential nomination for Senator Buzz Windrip, which means flatly that he will be elected, and that we of the League shall elect him as President of these United States. His program and that of the League do not in all details agree, but he has implicitly pledged himself to take our advice, and at least until election we shall back him, absolutely, with our money, with our loyalty, with our votes, with our prayers. And may the Lord guide him and us across the desert of iniquitous politics and swinishly grasping finance into the golden glory of the promised land. God bless you. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't listen to these guys, but so I'm just trying to channel this pastor bullshit as much as I can. I don't know how white pastors in the 30s talked. I was trying not to have too much music or whatever, but it's hard sometimes. Mrs. Jessup said cheerily, "Why, Dormouse, that bishop isn't a fascist at all. He's a regular red radical. But does this announcement of his mean anything, really?" Oh, well, Doremus reflected. He had lived with Emma for 34 years, and not oftener than once or twice a year had he wanted to murder her. Blandly, he said, "Why, nothing much, except that in a couple of years now, on the ground of protecting us, the Buzz Windrip dictatorship will be regimenting everything, from where we may pray to what detective stories we may read." "Sure he will. Sometimes I'm tempted to turn communist. Funny. Me with my fat-headed old Hudson River Valley Dutch ancestors, marveled Julian Falk.
Fine idea. Out of the frying pan of Windrip and Hitler into the fire of the New York Daily Worker and Stalin and automatics. And the 5-year plan, I suppose they tell me that it's been decided by the commissar that each of my mares is to bear 6 colts a year now,
snorted Buck Titus, while Dr. Fowler Greenhill jeered.
Ah, shoot, Dad. And you too, Julian. You young paranoiac. You're monomaniacs. You're monomaniacs. Dictatorship. Better come into the office and let me examine your heads. Why, America's the only free nation on earth. Besides, country's too big for a revolution. No, couldn't happen here.
That's the second time we've heard it can't happen here, right? Let me roll back. Chapter 5 ends that way. Sorry, I just had this interesting question. Doesn't end chapter 4. Doesn't end chapter 3. That's the letter. Chapter 3 is that wild letter. It's fucked up. Chapter 2 is when Reverend Falk is like, the hell it can't. So it can happen here. And chapter 1's just like, hi, how are you? So it's almost like every other chapter is a little heavier than the last, and then it kind of bounces back, maybe. I'm trying to figure out the format here. So chapter 5 is the picnic. It's almost 6. I'm gonna go for another hour, I think. If y'all want to stick with me or head back, I'm gonna have to do this in 2 or 3 chunks, I guess. Chapter 6. Quote.
I'd rather follow a wild-eyed anarchist like M. Goldman. If they bring more Johnny cake and beans and spuds into the humble cabin of the common man, than a 24-carat college graduate, ex-cabinet member, statesman that was just interested in our turning out more limousines. Call me a socialist or any blame thing you want to, as long as you grab hold of the other end of the crosscut saw with me and help slash the big logs of poverty and intolerance to pieces.
0 Hour, Berzelius Windrip. His family, at least his wife and the cook, Mrs. Candy, and Sissy and Mary, Mrs. Fowler Greenhill, believed that Doremus was a fickle health, that any cold would surely turn into pneumonia, that he must wear his rubbers and eat his porridge and smoke fewer cigarettes and never overdo. He raged at them. He knew that though he did get staggeringly tired after a crisis in the office, a night's sleep made him a little dynamo again, and he could, quote, turn out copy faster than his spryest young reporter. He concealed his dissipations from them like any small boy from his elders, lied unscrupulously about how many cigarettes he smoked, kept concealed a flask of bourbon from which he regularly had one nip, only one, before he padded to bed, and when he had promised to go to sleep early, he turned off his light till he was sure that Emma was slumbering, then turned it on and happily read till 2, curled under the well-loved hand-woven blankets from a loom up on Mount Terror, his legs twitching like a dreaming setter's what time the chief inspector of the CID alone and unarmed, walked into the counterfeiter's hideout. And once a month or so, he sneaked down to the kitchen at 3 in the morning and made himself coffee and washed up everything so that Emma and Mrs. Candy would never know. He thought they never knew. These small deceptions gave him the ripest satisfaction in a life otherwise devoted to public service, to trying to make Shad Ledoux edge up the flower beds, to feverishly writing editorials that would excite 3% of his readers from breakfast time till 2. To feverishly writing editorials that would excite 3% of his readers from breakfast time till noon, and by 6 p.m. be eternally forgotten. Sometimes when Emma came to loaf beside him in bed on a Sunday morning and put her comfortable arm about his thin shoulder blades, she was sick with the realization that he was growing older and more frail. His shoulders, she thought, were pathetic as those of an anemic baby. That sadness of hers, Doremus never guessed. Even just before the paper went to press, even when Shad Ledoux took off 2 hours and charged an item of $2 to have the lawnmower sharpened instead of filing it himself, even when Sissy and her gang played the piano downstairs till 2 on nights when he did not want to lie awake, Doremus was never irritable, except usually between a rising and the first life-saving cup of coffee. Same. The wise, you know what I realized? What if I'm realizing that reading this book impacted how I present today? Very strange. Because it helped radicalize me, and not all radicals look like us. I don't know. A certain subset. The wise Emma was happy when he was snappish before breakfast. It meant that he was energetic and popping with satisfactory ideas. After Bishop Prang had presented the crown to Senator Windrip, as the summer hobbled nervously toward the national political conventions, Emma was disturbed. For Doremus was silent before breakfast, and he had rheumy eyes, as though he was worried, as though he had slept badly. Never was he cranky. She missed hearing him croaking, "Isn't that confounded idiot, Mrs. Candy, ever going to bring in the coffee? I suppose she's sitting there reading her testament. And will you be so kind as to tell me, my good woman, why Sissy never gets up for breakfast, even after the rare nights when she goes to bed at 1 a.m.? And then will you look out at that walk, covered with dead blossoms? That swine Shad hasn't swept it for a week. I swear I am going to fire him, and right away this morning." Emma would have been happy to hear these familiar animal sounds and to cluck in answer, "Oh, why, that's terrible. I'll go tell Mrs. Candy to hustle in the coffee right away." But he sat unspeaking, pale, opening his Daily Informer as though he were afraid to see what news had come in since he had left the office at 10. Those of us who pay any attention at all know this moment as the day after Trump did something fucked up or defended or didn't all the times he's kind of slipped past endorsing Nazis, fucking right-wing murderers. Yo, Kyle Rittenhouse, like cops. These are moments where you're like, oh shit, they're trying to start a civil war. You know, there have been several moments in the course of the last year where I've been like,
This motherfucker is trying to do it. Even though we all know it's the wrong thing to do, right? Are you guys getting more into it? Less into it? I don't know. Comment. Somebody. When Doremus, back in the 1920s, had advocated the recognition of Russia, Fort Beulah had fretted that he was turning out and out communist. He who understood himself abnormally well knew that, far from being a left-wing radical, he was at most a mild, rather indolent, and somewhat sentimental liberal who disliked pomposity, the heavy humor of public men, and the itch for notoriety which made popular preachers and eloquent educators and amateur play producers and rich lady reformers and rich lady sportswomen and almost every brand of rich lady come preeningly in to see newspaper editors with photographs under their arms and on their faces the simper of fake humility. But for all cruelty and intolerance, and for the contempt of the fortunate for the unfortunate, he had not mere dislike, but testy hatred. He had alarmed all his fellow editors in northern New England. He had alarmed all his fellow editors in northern New England by asserting the innocence of Tom Mooney, questioning the guilt of Stacho and Vanzetti, condemning our intrusion in Haiti and Nicaragua, advocating an increased income tax, writing in the 1932 campaign a friendly account of the socialist candidate Norman Thomas, and afterwards, to tell the truth, voting for Franklin Roosevelt, and stirring up a little local and ineffective hell regarding the serfdom of the southern sharecroppers and the California fruit pickers. He even suggested editorially that when Russia had her factories and railroads and giant farms really going, say in 1945, she might conceivably be the pleasantest country in the world for the mythical average man. When he wrote that editorial, after a lunch at which he had been irritated by the smug croaking of Frank Tasbro and R.C. Crowley, he really did get into trouble. He got named Bolshevik, and in 2 days his paper lost 150 out of its 5,000 circulation. Yet he was as little of a Bolshevik as Herbert Hoover. He was, and he knew it, a small-town bourgeois intellectual. Russia forbade everything that made his toil worth enduring. Privacy, the right to think and to criticize as he freakishly pleased. To have his mind policed by peasants in uniform. Rather than that, he would live in an Alaska cabin with beans and 100 books and a new pair of pants every 3 years. Fuck, that is real talk. But it's weird when you get a little more comfort, as do I at this moment, how more agita you have around that thing. Anyway. Once on a motor trip with Emma, he stopped in at a summer camp of communists. Most of them were city college Jews or neat Bronx dentists, spectacled and smooth-shaven except for foppish small mustaches. They were hot to welcome these New England peasants and to explain the Marxian gospel, on which, however, they furiously differed. Over macaroni and cheese in an unpainted dining shack, they longed for the black bread of Moscow. Later, Doremus chuckled to find how much they resembled the YMCA campers 20 miles down the highway, equally puritanical, hortus hoary, and futile,
and equally given to silly games with rubber balls. Holy shit. Trust fund hippies. Fucking trust fund anarchists. I love this shit. Once only had he been dangerously active. He had supported the strike for union recognition against the quarry company of Francis Tasbro. Men whom Doremus had known for years, solid cits like Superintendent of Schools Emil Staubmeyer and Charlie Betts of the furniture store, had muttered about, quote, riding him out of town on a rail. Tasbro reviled him, even now, 8 years later. After all this, the strike had been lost, and the strike leader, an avowed communist named Karl Pascal, had gone to prison for, quote, unquote, inciting to violence. When Pascal, best of mechanics, came out, he went to work in a littered little Fort Beulah garage owned by a friendly, loquacious, belligerent Polish socialist named John Polyakop. All day long, Pascal and Polyakop yelpingly raided each other's trenches in the battle between social democracy and communism, and Doremus often dropped in to stir them up. That was hard for Tasbro, Staubmeyer, Banker Crowley, and lawyer Kitterick to bear. If Doremus had not come from 3 generations of debt-paying Vermonters, he would by now have been a penniless wandering printer, and possibly less detached about the sorrows of the dispossessed. The conservative Emma complained, "How can you tease people this way, pretending you really like greasy mechanics like this Pascal? And I suspect you even have a sneaking fondness for Shad Ledoux, when you could just associate with decent, prosperous people like Frank. It's beyond me what they must think of you sometimes. They don't understand that you're really not a socialist one bit, but really a nice, kind-hearted, responsible man. I ought to smack you, Dormouse." Not that he liked being called Dormouse, but then no one did so except Emma, and in rare slips of the tongue, Buck Titus. So it was endurable. That was just kind of an odd chapter, wasn't it? Like, just wool gathering, just thinking over breakfast. Wild. It almost reminds me of my day after doing acid for the first time. Like, just reality shifted a bit, and it's a trip, dog. It's wild. Checking in with my D&D group. Make sure we still have it. If not, I'm gonna just keep rolling. Chapter 7. Quoting here.
When I am protestingly dragged from my study and the family hearthside into the public meetings that I so much detest, I try to make my speech as simple and direct as those of the child Jesus talking to the doctors in the temple.
0 hour. Buzz Windrip. Thunder in the mountains, clouds marching down the Beulah Valley, unnatural darkness covering the world like black fog, and lightning that picked out ugly scarps of the hills as though they were rocks thrown up in an explosion. To such fury of the enraged heavens, Doremus awakened on that morning of late July. As abruptly as one who,
in the death cell startles out of sleep to the realization, today they'll hang me. He sat up, bewildered, as he reflected that today Senator Berzelius Windrip would probably be nominated for president.
Okay, get ready, folks. This is going to get some people where they live.
The Republican convention was over, with Walt Trowbridge as presidential candidate. The Democratic convention, meeting in Cleveland, with a good deal of gin, strawberry soda, and sweat, had finished the committee reports. The Democratic convention, meeting in Cleveland, with a good deal of gin, strawberry soda, and sweat, had finished the committee reports. The kind words said for the flag, the assurances to the ghost of Jefferson that he would be delighted by what, if Chairman Jim Farley consented, would be done here this week. They had come to the nominations. Senator Windrip had been nominated by Colonel Dewey Falk. Senator Windrip had been nominated by Colonel Dewey Hake, congressman and power in the American Legion. Gratifying applause and hasty elimination had greeted such favorite sons of the several states as Al Smith, Carter Glass, William McAdoo, and Cordell Hull. Now on the 12th ballot, there were 4 contestants left, and they, in order of votes, were Senator Windrip, President Franklin D. Roosevelt, Senator Robinson of Arkansas, and Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins. Great and dramatic shenanigans had happened, and Doremus Jessup's imagination had seen them all clearly as they were reported by the hysterical radio and by bulletins from the AP that fell red hot and smoking upon his desk at the Informer office. In honor of Senator Robinson, the University of Arkansas brass band marched in behind a leader riding in an old horse-drawn buggy, which was plastered with great placards proclaiming "Save the Constitution" and "Robinson for Sanity." The name of Miss Perkins had been cheered for 2 hours while the delegates marched with their state banners, and President Roosevelt's name had been cheered for 3, cheered affectionately and quite homicidally, since every delegate knew that Mr. Roosevelt and Miss Perkins were far too lacking in circus tinsel and general clownishness to succeed at this critical hour of the nation's hysteria, when the electorate wanted a ringmaster revolutionist like Senator Windrip. Windrip's own demonstration, scientifically worked up beforehand by his secretary, press agent, private philosopher Lee Saracen, yielded nothing to others. For Saracen had read his Chesterton well enough to know that there is only one thing bigger than a very big thing, and that is a thing so very small that it can be seen and understood. When Colonel Dewey Hake put Buzz's name in nominations, the colonel wound up by shouting, "One thing more! Listen! It is the special request of Senator Windrip that you do not waste the time of this history-making assembly by any cheering of his name. Any cheering whatever. We of the League of Forgotten Men, yes, and women, don't want empty acclaim, but a solemn consideration of the desperate and immediate needs of 60% of the population of the United States. No cheers, but may Providence guide us in the most solemn thinking we have ever done." As he finished, down the center aisle came a private Down the center aisle came a private procession. But this was no parade of thousands. There were only 31 persons in it, and the only banners were 3 flags and 2 large placards. Leading it, in old blue uniforms, were 2 GAR veterans, and between, arm in arm with them, a Confederate in gray. They were such very little old men, all over 90, leaning one on another and glancing timidly about in the hope that no one would laugh at them. The Confederate carried a Virginia regimental banner, torn as by shrapnel, and one of the Union veterans lifted high a slashed flag of the 1st Minnesota. The dutiful applause which the convention had given to the demonstrations of other candidates had been but rain patter compared with the tempest which greeted the 3 shaking, shuffling old men. On the platform, the band played inaudibly Dixie, then When Johnny Comes Marching Home Again, and standing on his chair midway of the auditorium as a plain member of his state delegation, Buzz Windrip bowed, and tried to smile while tears started from his eyes and he sobbed helplessly, and the audience began to sob with him. Following the old men were 12 legionnaires, wounded in 1918, stumbling on wooden legs, dragging themselves between crutches, one in a wheelchair, yet so young-looking and gay, and one with a black mask before what should have been a face. Of these, one carried an enormous flag, and another a placard demanding, quote, "Our starving families must have the bonus. We want only justice. We want Buzz for president." And leading them, not wounded, but upright and strong and resolute, was... Sorry. I'll start that one over. And leading them, not wounded, but upright and strong and resolute, was Major General Herman Meineke, United States Army. Not in all the memory of the older reporters had a soldier on active service ever appeared as a public political agitator. The press whispered one to another, That general will get canned unless Buzz is elected. Then he'd probably be made Duke of Hoboken. Shit. First talk of the specifics of fascism. Just handing out titles to loyal men. Following the soldiers were 10 men and women, their toes through their shoes, and wearing rags that were the more pitiful because they had been washed and re-washed till they had lost all color. With them tottered 4 pallid children, their teeth rotted out, between them just managing to hold up a placard declaring, quote, "We are on relief. We want to become human beings again. We want Buzz." 20 feet behind came one lone tall man. The delegates had been craning around to see what would follow the relief victims. When they did see, they rose, they bellowed, they clapped. For the lone man, few of the crowd had seen him in the flesh. All of them had seen him 100 times in press pictures, photographed among litters of books in his study, photographed in conference with President Roosevelt and Secretary Ikes, photographed shaking hands with Senator Windrip, photographed before a microphone, his shrieking mouth a dark open trap, and his lean right arm thrown up in hysterical emphasis. All of them had heard his voice on the radio till they knew it as they knew the voices of their own brothers. All of them recognized, coming through the wide main entrance at the end of the Windrip parade, the apostle of the forgotten men, Bishop Pete, the apostle of the forgotten men, Bishop Paul Peter Prang. Then the convention cheered Buzz Windrip for 4 unbroken hours. In the detailed descriptions of the convention, which the news bureaus sent following the feverish first bulletins, one energetic Birmingham reporter pretty well proved that the Southern battle flag carried by the Confederate veteran had been lent by the museum in Richmond, and the Northern flag by a distinguished meat packer of Chicago who was the grandson of a Civil War general. Lee Saracen never told anyone save Buzz Windrip that both flags had been manufactured on Hester Street, New York, in 1929 for the patriotic drama Morgan's Riding, and that both came from a theatrical warehouse. Before the cheering, as the Windrip parade neared the platform, they were greeted by Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich, the celebrated author, lecturer, and composer who suddenly conjured onto the platform as if whisked out of the air, sang to the tune of Yankee Doodle words which she herself had written. Basilius Windrip went to wash, a-riding on a hobby, to throw big business out, by gosh, and be the people's lobby. Buzz and keep it up, our cares and needs he's toting. You are a most ungrateful pup, unless for Buzz you're voting. The League of the Forgotten Men don't like to be forgotten. They went to Washington and then they sang there's something rotten. That joyous battle song was sung on the radio by 19 different prima donnas before midnight, by some 16 million less vocal Americans within 48 hours, and by at least 90 million friends and scoffers in the struggle that was to come. All through the campaign, Buzz Windrip was able to get lots of jolly humor out of puns on going to wash and to wash. Walt Trowbridge, he jeered, wasn't going to either of them. This is the kind of thing Dave Anthony complains about all the time, of the dollop and faux fop and walking the room and TV's Marin. We made fun of these people instead of getting rid of them. The same dumb jokes about Trump's hair or whatever, and completely missing the point. So, pretty clear analogy. Yet Lee Saracen knew that in addition to this comic masterpiece, the cause of Windrip required an anthem more elevated in thought and spirit, befitting the seriousness of crusading Americans. Long after the convention's cheering for Windrip had ended, and the delegates were again at their proper business of saving the nation and cutting one another's throats, Saracen had Mrs. Gimmich sing a more inspirational hymn, with words by Saracen himself, in collaboration with a quite remarkable surgeon, one Dr. Hector McGoblin.
What the fuck, Sinclair?
This Dr. McGoblin, soon to become a national monument, was as accomplished in syndicated medical journalism, in the reviewing of books about education and psychoanalysis, in preparing glosses upon the philosophies of Hegel, Professor Gunther, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, and Lothrop Stoddard, in the rendition of Mozart on the violin, in semi-professional boxing, and in the composition of epic poetry, as he was in the practice of medicine.
So, probably a terrible doctor?
Dr. McGoblin, what a man! The Saracen McGoblin Ode, entitled Bring Out the Old Time Musket, became to Buzz Windrip's band of liberators what Giovanezza was to the Italians, the Horst Wessel song to the Nazis, the Internationale to all Marxians. Along with the convention, the radio millions heard Mrs. Adelaide Tar Gimmich's contralto, rich as peat, chanting, Dear Lord, we have sinned, we have slumbered, and our flag lies stained in the dust. And the souls of the past are calling, calling, arise from your sloth, you must. Lead us, O soul of Lincoln, inspire a spirit of Lee, to rule all the world for righteousness, to fight for the right, to all with our might, as we did in 63. See youth with desire hot glowing, see maiden with fearless eye, leading our ranks, thunder the tanks, aeroplanes cloud the sky. Bring out the old-time musket, rouse up the old-time fire. See, all the world is crumbling, dreadful and dark and dire. America, rise and conquer the world to our heart's desire. Great showmanship. P.T. Barnum or Flo Ziegfeld never put on a better, mused Doremus as he studied the AP flimsies. As he listened to the radio he had temporarily installed in his office. And much later, when Buzz gets in, he won't be having any parade of wounded soldiers. That'll be bad fascist psychology. All those poor devils he'll hide away in institutions and just bring out the lively young human slaughter cattle in uniforms. The thunderstorm, which had mercifully lulled, burst again in wrathful menace. I don't know what that song was, but it just kind of flowed out of me. It was some creepy shit. You don't want your political parties singing death and destruction on your enemies. All afternoon, the convention balloted over and over, with no change in the order of votes for the presidential candidate. Towards 6, Miss Perkins' manager threw her votes to Roosevelt, who gained then on Senator Windrip. They seemed to have settled down to an all-night struggle, and at 10 in the evening, Doremus wearily left the office. He did not, tonight, want the sympathetic and extremely feminized atmosphere of his home, and he dropped in at the rectory of his friend, Father Parafix. There he found a satisfyingly unfeminized, untalcumized group. The Reverend Mr. Falk was there. Swart, sturdy young Parafix and silvery old Falk often worked together, were fond of each other and agreed upon the advantages of clerical celibacy and almost every other doctrine except the supremacy of the Bishop of Rome. With them were Buck Titus, Louis Rotenstern, Dr. Fowler Greenhill, and Banker Crowley, a financier who liked to cultivate an appearance of free intellectual discussion, though only after the hours devoted to refusing credit to desperate farmers and storekeepers. Rawr, Sinclair Lewis. Sorry to open my mouth all up in the camera there. Yikes. I'm going to go get that cold Pepsi. I'm going to pee. And then I'm going to do maybe one or two this chapter and maybe one other before I have to go do a D&D. Dear Lord, we have sinned, we have slumbered, and our flag lies stained in the dust. Some really good meter on that tune. I wonder if it's based on a classic song. My toilet takes forever to fill up. I need to get a bigger. You ever put a container in your toilet and you it takes up some of the water room, so it's not so much waste of water? Well, I have just a little bottle, and it's probably filled back up with water at this point. I should get a new one. Anyway, I don't drink milk, so I don't have all these cartons lying around. Maybe I should get some water. I should close the door at least. All right. God, this is fucked up. The thunderstorm
which had mercifully lulled, burst again in wrathful menace. Oh, I already did that. A banker Crowley, a financier who blah, blah, blah. Desperate farmers and storekeepers. And not to be forgotten was Foolish the dog, who that thunderous morning had suspected his master's worry, followed him to the office, and all day long had growled at Hake and Saracen and Mrs. Gimmich on the radio, and showed an earnest conviction that he ought to chew up all flimsies reporting the convention. Oh my God, how great is a good dog? My dog died back in January, but man, to have a dog during all this to like ease some of the man, but there's so much responsibility. I don't want to get one right now. Anyway, I should ask my roommate if she'll get one. She's been without a dog even longer. All right. Better than his own glacial white paneled drawing room with his portraits of dead Vermont worthies, Doremus liked Father Parafix's little study and its combination of churchliness, of freedom from commerce, at least ordinary commerce, as displayed in a crucifix and a plaster statuette of the Virgin and a shrieking red and green Italian picture of the Pope, with practical affairs as shown in the oak roll-top desk and steel filing cabinet and well-worn portable typewriter. It was a pious hermit's cave with the advantages of leather chairs and excellent rye highballs. The night passed as the 8 of them, 4 Foolish too had his tipple of milk, all sipped and listened. The night passed as the convention balloted, furiously, unavailingly, that Congress 600 miles away, 600 miles of befogged night, yet with every speech, every derisive yelp coming into the priest's cabinet in the same second in which they were heard in the hall at Cleveland. Father Parafix's housekeeper, who was 65 years old to his 39, to the disappointment of all the scandal-loving local Protestants, came in with scrambled eggs, cold beer. When my dear wife was still among us, she used to send me to bed at midnight, sighed Dr. Falk. My wife does now, said Doremus. So does mine. And her a New York girl, said Louis Rotenstern. Father Steve here and I are the only guys with a sensible way of living. Let me start that up. Father Steve here and I are the only guys with a sensible way of living, crowed Buck Titus. Celibates. We can go to bed with our pants on, or not go to bed at all. And Father Parafix murmured. And Father Parafix murmured, but it's curious, Buck, what people find to boast of. You, that you're free of God's tyranny, and also that you can go to bed in your pants. Mr. Falk and Dr. Greenhill and I, that God is so lenient with us that some nights he lets us off from sick calls and we can go to bed with them off. And Louis, because, listen, sounds like business. Colonel Dewey Hake, Buzz's proposer, was announcing that Senator Windrip felt it would be only modest of him to go to his hotel now, but he had left a letter which he, Hake, would read. And he did read it, inexorably. Windrip stated that, just in case anyone did not completely understand his platform, he wanted to make it all ringingly clear. Summarized, the letter explained that he was all against the banks, but all for the bankers, except the Jewish bankers, who were to be driven out of finance entirely. That he had thoroughly tested, but
unspecified plans to make all wages very high and the prices of everything produced by these same highly paid workers very low, that he was 100% for labor, but 100% against all strikes, and that he was in favor of the United States so arming itself, so preparing to produce its own coffee, sugar, perfumes, tweeds, and nickel instead of importing them, that it could defy the world, and maybe, if that world was so impertinent as to defy America in turn, Buzz hinted, he might have to take it over and run it properly. Each moment, the brassy importunities of the radio seemed to Doremus the more offensive, while the hillside slept in the heavy summer night, and he thought about the mazurka of the fireflies, the rhythm of crickets like the rhythm of the revolving earth itself, the voluptuous breezes that bore away the stink of cigars and sweat and whiskey breaths and mint chewing gum. God damn you with these long sentences. The rhythm of crickets like the rhythm of the revolving earth itself, the voluptuous breezes that bore away the stink of cigars and sweat and whiskey breaths and mint chewing gum that seemed to come to them from the convention over the sound waves along with the oratory. It was after dawn, and Father Parafix, unclerically stripped to shirt sleeves and slippers, had just brought them in a grateful tray of onion soup, with a gob of Hamburg steak for foolish, when the opposition to Buzz collapsed, and hastily, on the next ballot, Senator Berzelius Windrip was nominated as Democratic candidate for President of the United States. Doremus, Buck Titus, Parafix, and Falk were for a time too gloomy for speech. So possibly was the dog foolish as well, for at the turning off of the radio, he tail-thumped in only the most tentative way. R.C. Crowley gloated.
Well, all my time I've voted Republican, but here's a man that, well, I'm going to vote for Windrip.
Father Parafix said tartly. And I voted Democratic ever since I came from Canada and got naturalized. But this time I'm going to vote Republican. What about you fellas? Rotenstern was silent. He did not like Windrip's references to Jews. He did not like Windrip's reference to Jews. The ones he knew best, no, they were Americans. Lincoln was his tribal god too, he vowed.
Me? I'll vote for Walt Trowbridge, of course, growled Buck.
So will I, said Doremus. No, I won't either. Trowbridge won't have a chance. I think I'll indulge in the luxury of being independent for once and vote Prohibition or the Battle Creek bran and spinach ticket or anything that makes some sense. A mood. This country is fucked. This country is so fucked. Joe Biden sucks. Remember, the parties are kind of flipped. All right? All these Southern racists are Republicans now. Back then, they were Democrats. And everybody's kind of like this about Jews, so God help you. It was after 7 that morning when Doremus came home, and Remarkably enough, Shad Ledoux, who was supposed to go to work at 7, was at work at 7. Normally, he never left his bachelor shack in Lower Town till 10 to 8. But this morning, he was on the job, chopping kindling. Oh yes, reflected Doremus. That probably explained it. Kindling chopping, if practiced early enough, would wake up everyone in the house. Shad was tall and hulking. His shirt was sweat-stained, and as usual, he needed a shave. Foolish growled at him. Doremus suspected that at some time he had been kicking Foolish. He wanted to honor Shad for the sweaty shirt, the honest toil, and all the rugged virtues, but even as a liberal American humanitarian, Doremus found it hard always to keep up the Longfellow's village blacksmith come Marx attitude consistently and not sometimes backslide into a belief that there must be some crooks and swine among the toilers, as notoriously there were so shockingly many among persons with more than $3,500 a year. I hate that sentence. I get it. Doremus is cheeky, but it's like National Public Radio levels of cute, and I hate that. Get to the point. Sometimes you found it hard not to hate the poor, all right? Just say it. Sometimes they're dicks. Anyway. Well, been sitting up listening to the radio, purred Doremus. Did you know the Democrats have nominated Senator Windrip?
That's so,
Shad growled. Yes, just now. How you planning to vote? Well, now, I'll tell you, Mr. Jessup. Shad struck an attitude, leaning on his axe. Sometimes he could be quite pleasant and condescending, even to this little man who was so ignorant about coon hunting and the games of craps and poker. I'm going to vote for Buzz Windrip. He's going to fix it so everybody will get $4,000 immediate. And I'm going to start a chicken farm. I can make a bunch of money out of chickens. I'll show some of these guys that think they're so rich. But, Chad, you didn't have so much luck with chickens when you tried to raise them in the shed back there. Yeah, I'm afraid you sort of let their water freeze up on them in winter, and they all died. You remember? Oh, them? So what? Heck, there was too few of them. I'm not going to waste my time fooling with just a couple dozen chickens. When I get 5,000-6,000 of them to make it worth my while, then I'll show you. You bet. And most patronizingly, Buzz Windrip is okay. I'm glad he has your imprimatur. Huh? Said Shad and scowled. But as Doremus plodded up on the back porch, he heard from Shad a faint derisive. Okay, Chief. All right, folks, I got to go play D&D. That was 7 chapters of It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis. Check me out on the internet. Everything is Awesome podcast. Podcatcher of choice. You listen to podcasts, you've heard all these names and words and shit. Go to the website, awesomepod.squarespace.com. Listen to all my shows, Good Idea, War for the Tower, Something Wonderful Right Away, and my baby of babies, Shattered Worlds RPG. Take part. Have me read something you wrote or something you like, or tape yourself. I mean, get in touch with me. On Twitter at EIA Podcast, and email everythingisawesomepodcast@gmail.com. All right, you guys, I love you. Let's not let this motherfucker win and have fascism. Let's fight. All right. Peace.